here. It is 9:40 a.m. We are going to commence this program right now. First of all, we are going to honor our great nation, Nigeria, by standing up to sing the national anthem. And after that, we honor our dear institute, ICANN, by singing ICANN anthem. Please, let's rise up to honor the two great entities. Now I can attend. Thank you for honoring our great nation and the institute, ICANN. Now, we are going to charge and control of the program today. I will hereby invite Pastor Olumiwa Yemi, FCA, General Secretary of the District, to lead us in prayer, please. Pastor.
Please, let's be in the attitude of prayer. Whoever can stand up, can stand up. Let's reference God. Our Father and our God, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for the miracle of sleeping and waking up, for the opportunity and privilege to be at this meeting where we are here to learn where we are here. Everlasting Father, God of glory, we ask that you come and take absolute control in the mighty name of Jesus. Give all our teachers, those who will be delivering papers, utterances this morning in the mighty name of Jesus. We ask that you keep every program in focus and let us execute it as we have planned in the mighty name of Jesus. We pray for all the people that are supposed to be in this meeting. Nothing will hinder them, nothing will preclude them, and every of their effort to be at this meeting today shall be honored in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you, Lord, for you have made this to be possible from the time we started planning until today, and you help us to complete it to the glory of your name. In Jesus' mighty name we are praying. Amen.
Thank you, our pastor, for that wonderful prayer. Now, before we commence the program, we have to we do brief introduction of personalities here. I will start by introducing our first deputy vice president. Is on his way. He will soon join us. His name is Alhaji Tijani Musa Isa FCA. He is the first deputy vice president of our great institute. He's also the coordinator of Abuja district. He has been with us at the beginning of this presidential year. He has been monitoring us, supervising us effectively and fully with us. Alhaji Tijani Musa Isa FCA, you are welcome, sir. Secondly, is the special guest of honor today. We have two of them. The second guest of honor is a very big fish. He is the chief tax collector for the nation. He's a strategic revenue generator for the country. The name of the chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, Mr. Muhammad Mamanami, is ably represented today by a tax guru, a director of tax policy and advisory, Mr. Agbajubola Mati Odusanya. You are welcome, sir. The next person we are introducing today is the mother of the district, a distinguished council member. Since we also join us later, her name is Ajia Quinsley Sofura Segosine, FCA MNI. Before she joins us, she will be represented by another council member, a senior member of one of the big firms in the world, KPMG. Is a chief and a scholar. Chief Chibuzo. I am to be introduced. Is the only general in our midst. He's only a distinguished council member. Here, Vice Masa Abakadamu, MNI FCA. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here.
To be introduced again is our own dearest energetic chairman, Mrs. Bosede Florence Ikanoba, FCA. She has been the district chairman and she has been performing wonderfully. The next person to be introduced is our monitor. The person that is watching us, today. Our SCPC today. She's putting our searching eyes on us with a periscope to determine the quality, the standard, and acceptability of our program today. In the person of Mrs. Adorunke Akredolu, FCA. You are welcome, madam. You are welcome, madam.
Thank you very
much.
She's
representing the Department of Membership and Training, Education and Training. She has been with us since yesterday and she's really performing.
Thank you very
much. We are going to introduce our distinguished erudite scholars. Those people that will be the focal points of our discourse of today. The people that will take us through these presentations. The people that are going to impart enormous knowledge into our intellectual capability. Number one among them is Mr. Kudu Adamu Abaka.
Is of Federal Inland Revenue Service. Later, we are going to
introduce him fully so that you can know who he is and what he represents.
The second person
who is also with us right now is Mr. Yomi Olugbero, FCA. He's from Deloitte, one of the big accounting firms in the world. The last among the group
is Mr. Taiwo
Oyedele, a renowned expert in tax industry.
A quintessential
elder scholar is representing PwC. He will give us the best he can offer today. You are welcome, all our presenters. We thank you for honoring us. Also to be recognized are
our past chairman of the district,
who took their time and sacrificed to come out with this. Mr. Kingsley Eleknachi, FCA, past chairman of Abuja and District Society. The next person is Mr. Fred Okonta, FCA. You are welcome, sir. And the last, but not the least, is our immediate past chairman, Mr. Niyakade, FCA. We also recognize all our distinguished members, our distinguished professional colleagues. We also recognize members of other professional bodies, CITN, ACCA, CIBN, and others. We recognize their chairmen who are with us today, and we recognize all non-members who find their time to join us in this epic presentation. Now, from agenda, the next item is to invite our district chairman, Mrs. Osede Florence Ikanuba, FCA, to deliver our opening remarks. Madam Chairman, please come on board.
Thank you very much, my Vice Chairman.
Excuse me, sorry. Before the chairman goes on, I forgot myself. I need to introduce myself even first, so that you know who's talking. My name is Adi Abdurrashid Balogun, FCA, the current Vice Chairman of Abuja and District Society, and by the grace of God, the coordinator of this workshop. I greet all of you. Okay, Chairman.
Thank you very much, my able and dependable Vice Chairman. Our special guest of honor, the first Deputy Vice President of our great institute, Malam Tijani Musa Isa, FCA. He will join us shortly. The Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Malam Muhammad Maman Nami, ably represented here today by Mr. Bojubola Matthew Olusoya, and the chairman of this event, our mother, distinguished council member, Aja Quinsley Soforatu Segosime, MNI, FCA. Our guests of honor, distinguished council members, Air Vice Marshal Abubakar Adamu, MNI, FCA, and distinguished council member Chief Chibuzo Noe Ayonachi, FCA, is sitting in temporary for the chairman of this occasion. I also want to socially recognize Abuja Chairman Emeritus, Executive Committee of this district, Chapter Chairman, Chairman of other ICANN district societies, our distinguished speakers, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Mr. Yomi Olugbenro, and of course, Mr. Kudu Adamu Mohammed. The Director ICANN Liaison Office, Mr. Gabriel Arinze, you are especially welcome. Representative of the Director ICANN MENT Department, Mrs. Josephine Aderonke Akedolu, who is the monitoring officer at this event, I welcome you. I also want to welcome the President, Chairman of Sister Professional Bodies from CITN, the Nigerian Bar Association, International Federation of Women Lawyers, and other participants from these bodies who have joined us today. My dear professional colleagues, I welcome you warmly. I am delighted to welcome you to this virtual sensitization workshop entitled New Dimensions to Stamp Duties Administration in Nigeria, the Finance Act 2019 in Perspective. Before we get started, permit me to take this opportunity to express the sincere appreciation of the executive and members of the Abuja Adminisration Society to the Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, for graciously helping us to make this event a reality through the financial support of the service and also providing necessary logistics. We thank you very much, sir, for your valuable presence. I would also like to thank the First Deputy Vice President, who doubles our district council coordinator, Malam Tijani Musa Isa FCA, for your fatherly role and guidance. Our own mother, Ajaku Sopratu MNI FCA, agreeing to chair this event. Distinguished council members, Air Vice Marshal Abubakar Adamu MNI FCA, and Chibuzo Noe Ayonachi FCA, who despite your very busy schedules, made that time to support and attend this event. We could not have done it without you. Objective of the workshop. As part of the 56 presidents of our great institute mandate, Dame Onome Joy Adewuyi, FCA, during this presidential year, is the training and retraining of members, ensuring that they are kept abreast of happenings in the profession and the economy in general. In recent times, we have been told that the key to Nigeria's economic prosperity is the tax oil revenue. And as has been rightly observed, there is a serious challenge of sufficient public awareness by taxpayers on its administration. A major issue with the Stamp Duty Act in its current form is the practicability of enforcing compliance. The Finance Act 2019 introduced some amendments to the Stamp Duty Act, and the Federal Inland Revenue Service has issued an information circular in this regard. However, there are some matters in the circular and the Stamp Duty Act that need to be addressed. As professionals, to advise some computation of stamp duties on eligible transactions involving companies or between companies and individuals, and on transactions between individuals. And as stated in the program, the objective of the workshop is to provide all the participants with a forum to discuss, share experience, strengthen their knowledge, provide guidance, and raise awareness on matters concerning the theme selected. In today's gathering, therefore, attempt will be made generally to create awareness so that as professionals, we can understand the basis why the duties are charged, how it is charged, the penalties and procedure involved, and the general administration of the Act in Nigeria. In our opinion, the time is now to reflect on a number of questions and the economy at large. The Federal Inland Revenue Service, with the mandate for intensifying efforts at increasing awareness of the stamp duties provisions through adequate publicity, thus giving legal backing to ensure its effective enforcement by the authorities. We are very honored with us today 3 erudite speakers, and we are proud to say we chose rightly. With their high profile They have their hands full, but because of the love they have for the institute,
they willingly oblige us.
with just a phone call, they willingly oblige us without much ado. They will be sharing their thoughts and educate us on what we need to know about the administration of the Stamp Duty Act. We also recognize that we have among the participants a vast knowledge that I sincerely hope will enrich the discussions to the benefit of every one of us today. It is therefore my privilege to warmly welcome our distinguished speakers, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, FCA, Mr. Yomi Olugbero, FCA, and Mr. Kudu Adamu Mohammed. Special guests of honor, all our invited guests, and other participants to this webinar. To conclude, I would like to once again thank all the participants for their valuable presence, without which the workshop will be useless, and to thank the speakers for accepting our invitation to share their knowledge and lead the discussion. May I acknowledge with grateful thanks the technical support and all the facilities we have received from Pillar Craft Accounting, which will undoubtedly highly contribute to the success of this workshop. I want to thank you very much for your kind attention. My name is Bosede Florence Kanoba, and by the grace of God, the chairman of Abuja and DC Society. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, our dear chairman, Abuja and DC Society. We thank you for that wonderful welcome address. Now, please let me put a caveat that as time goes on, I will continue to introduce members of this program as they come in. Now, you kindly permit me to recognize the pilots of this district, the members of the executive management committee.
Our technical secretary,
Alhaji Salisu Sahad, FCA, MSc, is here with us. And coincidentally, he himself is a tax officer at Senior Kada. You are welcome, Alhaji Salisu. We also have Mrs. Tope Omage, the ex-officio of the district. You are welcome, madam. We have Mrs. Ojo Adeola Taiwo. She's also with us. You are welcome. We have Mr. Adeban Bolu Session. He's also here. We have Mr. Adebayo. We have Mr. Emeka Okorese. We have Mr. Mande Adagi, as well as Adesanya Adeyemi, aka Ilabe. Then with us here is I call him forensic pastor, Pastor Yemi Oyeniyi, FCA. Is the one that did the opening prayer. He's also with us. Pastor, you are welcome. I've earlier introduced Mr. Yakade, Ndepa Chairman. So now we are going to the next item on the agenda, and I will now invite the representative of the chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, in the person of. Okay, sorry. Before then, let me invite the chairman of the occasion, Ajia Quincy Sofura Segosime, MNI FCA.
ably represented at the moment
by Chief Chibuzo Ayanechi, FCA, a distinguished council member. Chief Chibuzo, please, you are welcome on board to deliver the speech on behalf of the chairman, Ajia Segosime.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Permit me to stand on the already established protocol. My name is Chibuzo Anyanechi. I am a member of the governing council of our institute, and I work as a partner with KPMG. Today, and at this very important event, I will be representing Hajia Quinsley Segosime. I welcome you all. Now, this is a sensitization workshop, and the theme, as we all know, is New Dimensions to Stamp Duties Administration in Nigeria, Finance Act 2019 and Perspective. In terms of relevance, This is a very, very important topic. It's highly topical. And there are clear benefits to our nation and to our profession that we clearly understand this topic and support in its implementation. We have very experienced paper presenters. We also have the benefit of having the chairman of the FIRS with us today. It is our expectation that at the end of today, we will be in a position to support all stakeholders in achieving the ultimate objective of the Finance Act 2019 and of all the improvements made on the subject matter of stamp duty. It is expected by the end of the day that this Finance Act of 2019, which is aimed, at really supporting the government in raising necessary funds, which is aimed at modernizing the tax system by bringing in the digital economy, which is aimed at boosting the employment opportunities in the country and making Nigeria, a more friendly and progressive environment to invest in. It's expected that these objectives will come to pass. And then, as chartered accountants, be you a chartered accountant in practice, a chartered accountant in business, a chartered accountant in the academia, this is a very important subject matter to be understood by you, okay? Because in the Institute, we take the matters of laws and regulations very, very seriously. And therefore, as chartered accountants, we need to understand this subject matter so that we can assist our clients, if it's in the area of consulting, to put in place adequate processes that will drive compliance. If it is in the area of taxation, you need to support the clients and individuals not to fall into the trap, because there are consequences for non-compliance with this important act. And, of course, we have a duty to also ensure that the generality of Nigerians understand this act. So as we participate in this workshop today and go home with the learning, it's expected that we should also, in our own smaller circles, discuss it in a more informed manner so that acceptance by Nigerians will be much higher. What are next steps? It's expected that this workshop is going to be very interactive, and we will test it when it is time for questions and comments. So I will encourage us to please be very attentive so that we can gainfully engage with the chairman of the FIRS and also engage with the paper presenters. I welcome you all to this workshop, and I look forward to the interaction. Thank you, Mr. Balogun.
Thank you, sir. My Oga Adikop, our distinguished council member, Chief Chibuzo Ayaniki, FCA. Thank you for that wonderful speech. Now I will now invite our special guest of honor today, ably represented by Mr. Matthew Olusanya, to give the speech on behalf of the Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service.
You are welcome, sir.
Alhaji Mohammed Mamonami.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balogun, the Honorable Vice Chairman of the ICANN Abuja District Council. I recognize the District Chairman of the Council.
Sir, put on your video, sir, so that they can see your face.
Yes, I try to do that. My concern is that the bandwidth of my internet
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
The district chairman of the district council. I also recognize our very able council member, Alhaji Tijani Musa, in his absence. The chair of this occasion, who is Segusime MNI, ably represented by Mr. Chibuzo, AVM Adami, and all the facilitators at this event today, and all of my colleagues. Maybe one of the things I wasn't said is the fact that I'm also a member of the Institute. Let me state that Mr. Nami had wanted to be on this program personally, but because of other pressing state matters, he had delegated that I stand for him. FRS and ICANN had a very long relationship. And I suppose in the country today, the Federal Revenue Service is one of the greatest employers of ICANN members. And indeed, the service has always been willing and ready to collaborate with the Institute. And we continue to do so. And our collaboration are on two fronts. One is in the training and retraining of tax experts, tax practitioners, and also in taxpayer education, which we believe is very, very important to compliance. So in this, both the FRS and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria have a very onerous role to play. Mr. Chairman, you will recall that the economy of the whole world took a very great bash even before the advent of the COVID-19 infections. And COVID-19 appears to be the last straw that broke the camel's back for the world economy. And Nigerian economy not exempted. And this has led to more than half reduction in the revenue of government and close to 70 to 80% loss of revenue from various sources. Coming with that is the attendant increase in cost for providing care for the society because of the COVID-19 infections. Now, it is therefore important for the government to put more effort and emphasis on tax revenue sources as opposed to revenue from oil or other commodities. Now, it is in the light of this that we have the Finance Act 19. And two very important issues introduced by the 2019 Finance Act. One of it is to bring simplicity to the way we compute taxes. And we can see that in the changes to the commencement rule and some other rules, is to bring clarity by providing clearer definition to some of the terms that have been causing disputes. And thirdly is to promote compliance, part of which is the exemption of entities that can make 25 million turnover and below from income tax, and providing palliatives generally. Now, it is important that we also look at stamp duties, which is one of the things the topics we are discussing today. Stamp duties perhaps is older than Nigeria, because by our research, stamp duty was first introduced in Nigeria in 1903 through the Stamp Duty Proclamation of 1903 by Lord Lugard. And if the amalgamation of Nigeria happened in 1940, then it might be fair to suggest that stamp duties in Nigeria is older than Nigeria. And we can also say that stamp duty as a tax type is the most misunderstood of all taxes today, and probably the least popular of them. And yet, stamp duty is the most beneficial to payers because it confers direct benefits, like all other taxes that do not have direct benefits apart from the usage to which the government has put it. So it is in this light that I want to encourage all of us and every participant at this event to take the discussions very seriously and to come up with suggestions. It's not just for us to criticize what we have, but even in criticizing, to suggest ways of improvement. And finally, Mr. Chairman, let me say that the two major controversies surrounding stamp duties need not be there. The controversies surrounding rates need not be there because rates of stamp duty are a matter of law, which everyone is able to refer to. Then on the controversy as to the relevant authority to collect stamp duties in respect of certain transactions also shouldn't be there because the law is there to guide us. I am confident that as we go through this seminar, all these issues and others will be dealt with, will be discussed, and then there will be more clarity around it. I want to wish you a very beautiful, wonderful deliberation. And let me again reiterate that FRS is open, we are willing to collaborate, and we are always there at the service of Nigerians. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our distinguished director at the Federal Inland Revenue Service. That is the man who is saddled with the responsibility of tax policy at the revenue. You can imagine the kind of strategic position is occupying at the Inland Revenue Service. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful education on stamp duties. Now, let me quickly invite our only general. Within our midst today, we are fully secured. Here, Vice Marshal Abubakar Adamu, MNI FCA. Please, sir, give us your brief remarks. Yeah, Vice Marshal.
Thank you very much.
Adamu. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balogun.
You are welcome, sir.
The chairman of the occasion, other important dignitaries, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I will just say one or two things that this workshop couldn't have come at a better time than now. Just as the rep of the chairman Inland Revenue Service just stated, the recent downturn in our economy occasioned by the COVID has exposed our revenue gap to levels that nobody ever envisaged. The Finance Act of last year that made some amendments and re-emphasized revenue drive with particular reference to stamp duties and other revenue instruments was like a foresight in expanding our revenue drive, which has now made it imperative that all hands, all of us who are working for the economy of this country, must interrogate properly with a view to ensuring that not only that the revenue is improved, but the economy is given the required attention to foster development. And this workshop by the Abuja District and Society is coming at a very good time to help educate all of us, give us the opportunity to discuss with the managers of the revenue institution, that's the Inland Revenue Service, to give us better enlightenment so that we can better understand the import of stamp duty and to implement it as best as we can. On that note, I will just pause here and await let me not preempt the lectures that will be delivered. And let me join the chairman or my senior council colleague, Chief Chibuzo, by advising that we should all please pay very keen attention to the lectures so that we can contribute meaningfully and also take home lessons, important lessons and education that will help all of us in our places of work. Thank you very much, Balogun, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, our Air Vice Marshal. We are applaud you, sir. That's why I'm always excited when I see a professional accountant in a military uniform. It shows us that what a civilian can do, a military can do better. Thank you, sir. We are proud of you. Now, we are going to the business of day proper. The first person that will take us through the presentation today is Mr. Yomi Olugbero, FCA, is representing Deloitte, one of the big accounting firms in Nigeria and the world as a whole. But before then, I'm going to read his profile for us. Mr. Yomi Olugbero, FCA, is a partner and the West Africa tax leader at Deloitte. He holds a first degree in accounting and master's in business administration. He's an alumnus of the University of Manchester, UK, United Kingdom, fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, and fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, CIS. He qualified as Chartered Accountant in 1997. And with over 20 years post-qualification experience, he has distinguished himself as a seasoned business advisor. Mr. Olugbero, before assuming the West Africa tax leader's role at Deloitte, he was at different times the firm's tax risk leader with responsibility covering West and Central Africa. Dean of Deloitte School of Tax, member of the Law Think Tank and tax partner in charge of different service units, is a member of the Law West Africa ESCO, proud of economy, including banking, manufacturing, and professional services, holding different leadership roles. Mr. Olugbero has served for many years as a member of the Board of Tax and Fiscal Policy, Management Faculty of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, is the immediate president of the Board of Indirect Tax Faculty of the Charter Institute of Taxes of Nigeria, and currently a member of the Board of Taxation Standards and Practice Monitoring Committee of CITN, as well as the Coordinating Dean of Faculties of CITN. He's a highly sought after speaker and thought leader on fiscal and economic policy issues, and speaks regularly at local and international conferences, is featured regularly in print and electronic media on fiscal policy issues, and has many articles to his credit. Mr. Olubero enjoys traveling and mentoring of young minds. He is patron to many youth associations in schools and colleges, and president of Free Indeed Foundation, a faith-based NGO. When at leisure, he devotes significant part of his time to mentoring and social services. He's an advocate of tax simplification, education, and automation, SEA, and very active on social media, which he uses as a vehicle for knowledge sharing and policy advocacy. Mr. Yomi Olugberu, FCA. We are here today to enjoy a tap from your base of resourcefulness, your erudite scholastic endowment. We are here today to tap from you. At the end, we believe that we are going to have a very robust take-home. You are welcome aboard, Mr. Yomi.
Thank you very much for that very warm introduction. It's always a pleasure when you are in the midst of your professional colleagues and even colleagues that you could learn from, and then you are asked to take the center stage to speak to them. So I feel honored to be invited, and I appreciate the district and the leadership of Institute for inviting me. I hope you can hear me audibly, and you can also see the screen.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. So my role this morning is to take the first of 3-part presentations that will be happening today to talk about stamp duty administration in Nigeria, looking at how the journey evolved, particularly from the Finance Act, and try to look at it from the taxpayer's lens. So because I know that there are other speakers, Mr. Kudus is there from FIRS, apart from Mr. Mojubala, who's representing the chair, to probably do the full dissect, of the law and how FIRS is trying to administer it and try to take us through the whole of the law. I will attempt, and I know my friend and colleague Taiwo will also be there to look at it from the professional's viewpoint. So I will try to avoid to just narrow my focus and make sure that in this first paper I set the context and provide some bit of background so that we can stay within the time allotted. I think I have 30 minutes to do the presentation, so I'll try and be very time conscious. So in terms of our journey map, so I will try and look at some bit of the context, do the context setting, the background, and just the general shift towards indirect taxation, and all of the drive for revenue in the country. And I will touch on some of the core provisions of the Stamp Duties Act and the emerging challenges and discussion points that has been in the public since the revamp of energy around implementing stamp duty, and then some bit of concluding thoughts. I'm sure with that we'll have exhausted a half an hour. So I think the place to start with is to recognize how the current climate and the current crisis that the country is facing, how irrespective of our misgivings, maybe as taxpayer, towards government effort at collecting revenue or the rightness of it, the fact is that the economic crisis, that greeted the health crisis brought in by the pandemic has dealt a serious blow to the world, and Nigeria inclusive. And for a country like Nigeria, the impact is even worse because we weren't standing in a very strong place prior to the pandemic. Nigeria was just about exited recession at that particular point. Growth was still very fragile, and we're still trailing below 2% GDP growth rate. We were scampering for revenue, and then the pandemic hit us. So it was a double blow for a country that was already practically on its knees. We all know and see and hear of the collapse and the fall, and the general vulnerability that the oil market is susceptible to. So each time that the government is hit by this kind of news and by this kind of reality, the only recourse is, what can we do from a non-oil tax revenue perspective? So that context makes it clear that irrespective of the complaints that we may have as taxpayer and as professional, the fact is that there are just very limited choices, available to the government. We saw the GDP growth rate by the second quarter. The third quarter is almost upon us, and it is clear that even if we don't go as low as the 6% dip that we had in the second quarter, growth will still be in the negative territory. So meaning that Nigeria will be, officially in a recession, and the World Bank has touted it as potentially one of the worst in 40 years. So that's why the environment is this charged for tax revenue. The chairman of FRS says, and he's just saying the obvious, that more than ever before, the country now depends on tax revenue to fund government. If we've paid attention to FAC allocation over the last 3 to 4 months, you'll notice that a significant portion of the revenue had been driven by taxes. Sometimes 70% or 70 are probably even more, if the statistics I have around me is anything to go by. So that's the context for all that is happening. So when you hear anything around taxes, it's because that pressure is there, and we all know the broader issue facing the country. Infrastructure deficit is huge, whether it's in power, whether it's in rail, whether it's in road. Public debt is rising. Every time we talk about public debt, we think Nigeria has some people may argue that the debt level may be decent if you look at it from a debt to GDP ratio, but if you look at our capacity to service our debt, you will know that the country is in a very tough place, in a very bad shape. So the inadequacy in revenue is a core of our issue, and so it's what is informing all of this. But we understand that in as much as government want to raise revenue, government is to raise revenue from the business sector, from the corporate sector, from the taxpayer. And so the current business climate can also not be jettisoned, or can also not be ignored. We know that there has been a lot of improvement on this side, a number of changes from the Finance Act to CAMA that was just also recently signed. It made a number of desirable changes towards getting us to a desired state. But we know that the journey is still far. So this for me is a point that raises the beyond leadership or followership or government versus people question. I think it just raises for me the question of a responsible citizenship issue. So we need to be able to balance whether we feel offended, we feel pained when government raises taxes or want to administer taxes. So it must get to a point where it is not about the pain alone, but about the need and about the criticality of the situation. And that's what can make our debate to be a lot more strategic, to be a lot more constructive. So we're not saying no, we're only saying this is a better way to to do that. Before I leave just that showing the context, I also just wanted us to if you see my slide, just wanted us to remind ourselves that the revenue levels, that we're having, in spite of the effort to improve, is still not yet at the level that can sustain all the need and all the yearnings of the country. The last 2 years, 2018, 2019, we saw FRS go above the 5 trillion revenue mark. But we know that this is, in as much as we will comment, this is still scratching the surface in terms of what the needs are, but also more importantly, in terms of what the potential should be, right? If you look at the revenue statistics around the world, you will know that Nigeria is yet to fully make efficient, make effective, its capacity, the revenue that it should be able to generate. If you look at the capacity, for as long as we are still significantly below even Africa's average, we will know that the gap is still a lot for us to cover. Africa's tax to GDP ratio average will probably be around 17%. It could have changed, maybe recently, but it's still within that neighborhood. OECD average is above 34%. So Nigeria cannot continue to, for as long as Nigeria remains at the level that it is, the pressure will continue. The other point I want to raise, even with respect to the revenue that the FRS is raising, is also the split from non to non-oil. There's still tremendous, headroom in terms of where we should be. All right. Prior to the oil collapse that we had in 2015 and in 2016, we were doing below 50% in terms of the total collection by FRS, the percentage that is coming from non-oil. It appeared to have shown an improvement in 2015, 2016, 2017, showing that it was above 60%. But you will know that it was so because the total collection dropped when oil revenue sources dropped. So it wasn't so much of a significant absolute increase, all right, but the fact that the total collection reduced, therefore the percentage has increased. So it is this kind of statistics, and this is the point I want to make with this slide. It is this type of statistics that shows the revenue agency and the government that there is still significant room for improvement. There is still a lot of inefficiency. There's still a lot of there's still a very low level of compliance, and that's why they drive for it at continue. And in terms of looking at our journey towards the Stamp Duty Act as well, so we remember that the Finance Act that we had earlier in the year, Finance Act 2019, made a lot of changes. Right? The Act amended 7 laws, and the rationale for that is that government want to raise revenue, obviously. Government want to align with global best practices, introduce a bit of incentives or reliefs where it can and where it will make the most impact, but also try to make sure that there's an alignment between our national tax policy and the changes that we are making. If you compartmentalize those changes into buckets, the conclusion you will raise, I'm not going to read through all the changes in Finance Act. It was just to set the context for us. If you look at it very objectively and very strategically, what you will notice is that there seems to be a lot more focus on indirect taxes. There seems to be a lot more shift towards indirect taxes. So if you look at the areas where government want to raise revenue, for example, most of those areas tend to move along the line of the indirect taxes, like the increase in VAT, excise duty on import, and then the changes made on stamp duty to include electronic transactions, and all of that. The bulk of the changes on the direct taxes tend to be the one that will provide some bit of cushioning, some bit of relief, so maybe like LECIT incentive, removal of the excess dividend rules, changing the minimum tax. Even though if you look at that objectively, you may tend to suggest that it may not necessarily lead to reduction in taxes. But the point I'm making around this is that there are a number of changes that tend to provide palliatives or cushioning on the direct taxes. So whether you're an insurance company, whether the changes made to restructuring, and all of that, a number of changes tend to create potential relief or potential reduction from a direct taxes, so that we can then focus on indirect taxes. And that for me, it's one awareness and understanding that as taxpayer, we need to have. Our national tax policy itself, if we start from the national tax policy, our national tax policy itself did advocate a shift towards indirect tax. It's an express provision, I think in section 2 or so of the national tax policy. So, and it is so because indirect taxes are easier to collect and administer. They are more difficult to evade. And so if you target transactions, chances are that you will collect more than chasing individual to file their tax returns. And then the Finance Act itself made changes, 7 laws, like I did mention, and Stamp Duty Act is one of them. One of the main changes it introduced from a Stamp Duty Act perspective is, providing legislative backing and making sure that it is now legal, it is now the provisions of the law that electronic transactions are now covered as dutiable transactions, which is in line with the current economic realities. A lot is happening now in the digital space. The other argument that suggests that a shift towards indirect tax is also a desirable direction to follow is that, in my view, it is a lot more aligned to what a government needs or what a country needs when it's in a state like ours, when an economy is recessed or when an economy is challenged. And why do I say so? Direct taxes, target your disposable income directly, all right? And you can see the direct impact between what your total earnings are as an individual or what your total profit before tax are as tax is applied. It reduces your profit after tax or your disposable income. In a recessed economy, what ideally should be an ideal policy is a policy that tends to increase disposable income. All right, it's supposed to be an expansionary policy, kind of, where there's a lot more in the hand of taxpayer and there's a lot more in the hand of corporate, and you are spending, you are consuming, and the economy remains inflated. So whatever the government is losing or may be losing by reducing taxes on the direct tax side and thereby increasing disposable income so that people can spend more, can then be augmented or can then be clawed back or gotten back when there are taxes imposed on the transactions. So you have the money in your hand and you are buying and you are consuming, so there is turnover, economy is reflated, but for every transaction, there is the possibility for the government to be able to claw back by way of indirect tax, whether it's VAT, whether it's stamp duty, whether it's excise, and all of that. And that's why the shift to indirect tax is not only desirable, it's one that should actually it should also be encouraged. And because it's also very efficient to collect, it's cheaper from a compliance standpoint, it's cheaper from an administration standpoint, and it's even easier to make it more responsive, to changes in the economy. So that whole argument around flexibility and efficiency makes it reasonable for us to understand why government is focusing on what it's focusing on. Now, if I then go into the meat of some of the core provisions, in the Stamp Duties Act. By the way, this is one of the laws of the Federation, Stamp Duty Act Cap 58. So what stamp duty itself? So is a tax that you pay essentially on dutiable instruments. All right, and there are long list of them in the law. So instruments like agreements, instruments like contracts, instruments like receipts, instruments like insurance policies, and a whole lot of other items. And like I mentioned earlier, based on the amendment made in the Finance Act 2019, electronic transaction or electronic payment are also now officially acknowledged and recognized as attracting duty. How is stamp duty charged? There are basically two ways. There are provisions in the Stamp Duty Act where certain instruments are, dutiable at a flat rate. So meaning that there's a specific amount that you pay irrespective of the value of the transaction or the benefit that agreement is conferring. So we have those on physical. We have those on fixed sum on those instruments. But we also have instances where duties are paid based on percentage of the consideration or the amount being exchanged. That's when you say is ad valorem. And the law expects that those instruments, once they are eligible, you should stamp them, ideally before they are first executed. So if it is for an ad valorem, you have to do it not later than 30 days within the first date of execution. And if it is fixed fee, fixed duty, it should be done within the first 40 days from the date of execution. The law is not new, as we all know. This is a law that is probably 80 years plus old. Mr. Bodibola did mention that it's older than Nigeria itself. So the law is not new. What has happened, or what happened in the past, is that implementation was really very low, and a number of Nigerians or a number of taxpayers just literally interpret the need for stamp duty to only circumstances where they wanted to provide cover for themselves should that agreement be requiring to be tendered in the court of law. So if an agreement or an instrument is not stamped, it may not be admissible if you are defending a case in the court and all of that. And so, because of the general non-challenge or the general nature of the country, where we are either not very litigious or we just look for outside of court settlement for a whole lot of transactions that we go into because of the pains that you think you may go through. Many people don't see that, they didn't see the real need for them to ensure that appropriate duties are paid on their instrument. That was why the law was basically not left on almost unimplemented or unenforced, or the level of enforcement critically low. So it was when the reality dawned on the country to say, look, we can't be talking of new laws here when the general perception is that we even have more than is enough. So can we dust up those existing laws and see how to then raise the level of implementation? And that was all that happened. So generally, in terms of the administrative process or the power to collect, there are at least three parties that have been trying to come to the stage in trying to lay claim to the powers to collect. Of course, we know the FIRS, which is charged with the power to collect and administer duty on all instruments whenever those transactions include limited liability company or body corporates and persons, or bodies of persons. And we know this is the general nature of our tax administration system. So FRS administer and collect taxes on behalf of the federal government, but the taxpayer that they have primary responsibility for is the limited liability company. The only exceptions are instances where FRS collect on behalf of the entire country, paid into the federation account for the purposes of allocation among the tiers of government. But state government also do have power to collect and have power to administer which again is in line with the general administrative protocol that is applicable in the country. Whenever those transactions involve individuals, it is the state internal revenue services. Obviously, there are conflict arising from this, which I will then touch on, and I'm sure the FRS representative will probably dwell a lot on that. One of the key issues when it comes to administration is the burden of payment and who is supposed to bear the responsibility to pay. I must say that this is perhaps one of the unclear provisions that we have in the Stamp Duty Act. Unlike many other laws that we also have in the country, it's very easy and clear for you to know who is supposed to pay certain type of tax. But with respect to the stamp duty, at best, we are only improvising, and at best, we are only trying to, tie multiple ends together to try and make money out of it. So the honest truth is that the level of clarity in the Stamp Duty Act is not sufficient. But there are provisions for parties that can be penalized, for example, when the appropriate duties are not paid, and so you can almost infer that if I'm the one to be penalized for not paying, maybe the burden to ensure that it is appropriately done falls on me. So the burden of payment in most cases usually seen to rest with the beneficiaries of a contract or the person who has a right to protect in that particular agreement. The other issue that has arisen from an administrative perspective is the connection between FIRS and the third agency, which is the NIPOS. We know that there are provisions in the law that at best, if we must admit, create some bit of lack of clarity. And I hear Mr. Bonjobola when he said earlier that the controversy over whether FIRS has absolute and exclusive power to administer and collect stamp duty, or whether NIPOS also has some bit of role to play, should not have arisen, because laws are laws, and it is whatever the laws provide that you are supposed to implement. But where the same law creates some bit of ambiguity or overlap, or at best it didn't make the parties so distinctively clear, then you will that's where the argument arises. We know that it is NIPOS that administer postage stamps, and a number of cases people may argue that when you talk of a postage stamp, you're probably just talking about courier charges, and all of that. It looks that simple, it looks that clear, but when you read certain sections of the Stamp Duty Act, you will see where the clarity is not as simple as it suggests. And postage stamps are mentioned in the Finance Act. So is this referring to the same courier stamps that that NIPOS issue, or the adhesive stamp that FRS is now rolling out? So the only comfort that I believe we can take away from all of this controversy is that agencies of government should be able to sit together and be able to agree and maybe just resolve on how certain overlaps, especially when the two agencies are under the same ministry, in the same government that is led by the same political party. So we can just leverage that, while then looking forward to the future, where those ambiguities and those lack of clarities can be eliminated and avoided as much as possible. There are definitely penalties and interests, which as taxpayers we should be mindful of. There are specific provisions in the Stamp Duties Act itself. There are also provisions in the FRS Establishment Act, which could make the FRS impose penalty, at 10%, for example, impose interest at the MPR, sometimes even maybe with a spread. There could even be provisions that may extend to terms of improvement, probably up to 3 years. So when you have law that potent, we cannot, continue to pay lip service to it, because if we do in the future, during the case of instances of tax audit or back duty examination, the implications can be a lot more severe. I will just keep this other slide because I think the point around the controversy between FRS, NIPOS, post-state time have been mentioned, and I am very sure that Mr. Kudus will want to talk about it from the perspective of FRS, and probably let us into some of the specific steps that the agencies have taken to ensure that they at the back end resolve the controversy amongst themselves, also resolve the controversy between federal and the state, because the challenges isn't just between federal and state. I'm aware that the case was brought to the Joint Tax Board so that the issue can be resolved. I don't know exactly how far that conversation has gone, and whether all of the tussle between FRS and state, especially relating to instances when FRS seems to be extending its power based on the pronouncement in the Stamp Duty Act, in the Finance Act, that banking transactions is exclusively within the purview of the FRS, irrespective of whether the parties to that transactions are individual. Some of the contentious issues that we've seen in the dailies and in the public, I think we can, in as much as it is not excusable, I think we can all blame it on the fact that we are implementing a very old law. For many months, even when over the past few years, I recall instances where even in our own practice, we picked up the Stamp Duties Act and tried to dimension or make sense, out of the provisions. The truth is that the more you look, the less you see, as far as that Stamp Duties Act is concerned, the old law. And the reason is because it's a very old legislation. And so many of the provisions, many of the rates, many of the overlaps that you have is what is lending itself to all of this controversy. And we have seen, even in circular issued by FRS, that every time that a circular is released or an information notice is put in the public, there are just too many questions that it raises. There's been one around stamp duties on government contract. That if you're doing a contract with the government, FRS will tell you that generally, the Stamp Duties Act is supposed to have wide coverage over every form of agreement, and all of that. But in this particular instance, there seems to be no specific provision, when it relates to contract with government. But trying to extend, the same general meaning and try to make it look and make it have the power of a wide coverage. That's part of the fallout of the fact that the law is old. We've also seen some controversy around classifying loan capital and loan agreements as an ad valorem kind of instrument, rather than maybe something that could have attracted a specific fee and a specific charge. My view as far as this is concerned is that, in as much as the drive of the FRS will be to collect as much as is possible in terms of tax revenue, the general principle when it comes to taxation is that when there is an ambiguity, you can't resolve it in favor of the tax authority. You have to consider the taxpayer in that particular instance. We've also had one related to rent and tenancy agreement, for example, but I think that's subsequently got addressed by FRS, and I think the controversy has been laid to rest. But the controversy then before was that there seems to be a misconception that every form of rent agreement will attract 6% stamp duty, which is not the provisions of the law. So the provisions of the law is that there are actually range of tenure, and it is only tenancy agreement, that is lease agreement that are above 21 years, that will attract 6%. If it's below 7 years, is 0.78%. If it's between 7 and 21, is about 3%. Just in terms of some of the contentious issues that we've had as well. We've also had, particularly prior to the Finance Act this year, we've also had a lot of controversies and a lot of contention based on, pronouncements of the various courts and the way the tax authority and maybe sometimes even the CBN itself, which was part of the earlier start to this implementation in 2016, have driven this. So even though the Finance Act has changed the law, by the time the FRS is doing maybe a tax audit in the future, for example, some of those periods where the conflicts in the provisions of the court will have to be considered, because it may still have, there will still be some relevance, in terms of how a future tax audit will be resolved. So we have a case, one case with the Federal High Court then between CASMA versus CBN, where the High Court says that CBN was duty bound to ensure that all financial institutions deduct stamp, that 15 naira stamp that was introduced then on all receipts. Court of Appeal then deliver another judgment and held that receipt given by bank for money received by them on behalf of their customer are supposed to be exempt from stamp duty. And in spite of all of this, the deduction or the charging of the 15 naira stamp duty, persisted. And it was actually at that particular point that all of the arguments and the fight between federal and state government actually started, because state government started demanding for their share of the revenue. It will appear to me that some of these controversies seems to have been laid to rest because the Finance Act subsequently, Finance Act subsequently came on board, and we just rolled on the back of, the Finance Act. So if I begin to wrap up because of time now, so like I did mention earlier, as a person, I believe that there is a lot of mileage to be gained by focusing on indirect taxes generally. And to the extent that we all agree that we have fairly enough number of taxes in the country, what we should be talking about is convergence. What we should be talking about is the efficiency of administration and the effectiveness of collection. So we can hazard a guess that stamp duty it's here to stay. If we consider the potential upside in terms of the revenue that the government could rake in, because it is transaction driven, because the cost of collection is relatively easy, administration is a lot better, we can see a potential high revenue source for the government from a stamp duty perspective. All right. So what we should be talking about will be, how do we ensure that the controversies, the overlaps, are eliminated or minimized or changes made. We have the opportunity of, turning in on an annual basis, just like we started last year, finance bill. If we articulate those areas where there are overlaps and there are ambiguities and there are confusions, an appropriate step will be for us to motivate for inclusion of their amendment via the annual finance bill, so that those changes can be made and those overlaps and those confusions, can be eliminated. But more importantly, I think there's just so much that we can get if we try to, make changes on that piecemeal basis to a law that is over an 80-year-old or an octogenarian law. So what we should be talking about, if we identify or having identified it as a potential huge support for government drive for revenue and for tax penetration, is to actually make a holistic change and make and amend it and make sure that it is brought in line with the current economic realities, power the implementation by technology, so that the argument and the whole efficiency of collection and efficiency of administration argument can actually be, can actually be sustained. So my summary of things that we should be talking about, so that we can focus our effort on changes that needed to be made, is to recognize, one, that the law is old and it requires significant overhaul, and we must admit that reality, and not just admit, use that admission to be able to see how we resolve conflicts. So if the conflict exists and taxpayer is on the opposite side, that conflict has to be resolved in favor of the of the taxpayer, not in favor of the tax authority, because the tax authority is assumed to be representing the government that is saddled and that is given the power to make the law. So even though Finance Act made changes, Finance Act also created some bit of confusion with the overlap that we have that we have mentioned. One point that is also worth mentioning is that because Nigerian tax system is essentially a self-assessment kind of a regime, there's a risk of under-declaration. So from a tax authority's perspective, we must be thinking about how do we ensure that it is not just reliance on taxpayers' honesty, to be able to ascertain the value of transaction. Okay, so when there is a deliberate attempt to circumvent or under-declare, create multiple agreements, one for the purpose of paying stamp duty, the other being the real and authentic document and authentic instrument. So what can we do? How can we embed technology, and how can we go beyond the power of back duty examination and tax audit? How can we ensure that there are deployment of technologies and modern tools that will make false declaration on the declaration difficult, if not totally impossible. But from a taxpayer's perspective, I think the risk to be mindful of with under declaration is that even if revenue authority collect whatever is filed, because it is self-assessment, the power for back duty, the power for tax audit still remains with the revenue authorities. And by the time implications of penalties and interest is considered, you will know that it's a lot more expensive to be to be non-compliant. All right, so that would be my point from a taxpayer's perspective. In terms of concluding thoughts, I will say, and I will repeat, and I know we are all probably generally aligned, that the need to raise revenue for government, and the need to do that particularly from a non-oil revenue perspective, is undeniable. The gap in our infrastructure financing, the need to raise the revenue so that we can service our obligations, and the need to ensure that the economy itself is brought back to the state where it could thrive and where it could where the economy could be buoyant again. There's only one thread that join all of that needs together. That thread is funding. All right, and so we can, as taxpayer, only be mindful of the burden of these taxes, but we can look at it from a citizenship obligation and from the position of the law to say, look, we recognize the fact that this is a need. All right, but the call or the argument or the plea that we will be making, however, is that to make the law fit for purpose and not appear to be punitive or to make the revenue authorities that is administering it not to appear high-handed and just discretionary in the application. To make it fit for purpose, there is a lot that needs to be done to the stamp duty. Essentially, the ultimate desirable position with the Stamp Duty Act will be a complete complete change of that law, so that we can craft new laws. That is, if we don't want to, we don't want to follow other neighboring countries that have completely removed it from their own law. If we recognize that our own policy direction is to shift towards indirect taxes, then we must make the law fit for purpose, and we must continue to let the taxpayer, hear their voices concerning this the lingering trust deficit. There seems to be a continuity of that argument every time you talk about issue of taxes. All right. So taxpayer recognize that it is the law. Taxpayer probably recognize that it's their obligation to pay, but taxpayer is saying, within the current context, I don't have sufficient justification that makes it compelling for government to continue to drive for collection in the manner that they are driving. So the compliance culture can only be addressed when we make significant effort towards addressing the trust deficit issue. I'm going to stop at that particular point. I know I probably have my own 10 minutes for the Q&A if that's how you will want us to go. Otherwise, I know there's also a separate section later in the day to then address all of the Q&A. But I'd say thank you for listening to me, and I will yield the floor now.
Mr. Yomi Olubiro, a round of applause for him, please. Please. Thank you very much for that intellectual explosion. Really appreciate your resourcefulness. You will agree with me that Mr. Olubiro has justified his choice for this as he just passed of the setting stamp duty, and you did not make any mistake in his choice. Thank you very much. Now we are going to welcome participants to ask questions, and we have questions and answer box there. Mr. Yomi, we have 7 questions there. You open the box and treat the questions one after the other.
All right, thank you. From Bukola, it says there seems to be a contract
that ask question there is okay. You can read the question.
Okay, so maybe will have been heavy if you help me extract the one. I will just take them in sequence, depending on whether the question is addressing stamp duty or not. So there seems to be a contradiction with all right. Contradiction with implementation of the tax exemption granted SMS, I believe it was saying SMEs, the minimum tax and withholding tax. Whereas the law provides no tax regime for, I believe, SME with annual turnover below 25 million, the same suffer 5% withholding tax at source. Knowing the challenges and costs associated with our refund system, there's a need to revisit the decision to withhold at source by limiting deductions on transactions below certain threshold. This obviously not stamp duty, but the point it's making here is around the Finance Act exemption for micro and small businesses. So you will expect that if a legal entity or an individual is not liable ultimately to income tax, withholding tax, which is supposed to be an advance payment of that person's income tax, should ideally not be applicable. That will be the general provision. Now, but a lot of challenges exist with respect to this. The first is that even with the counterparty that the micro small businesses is relating with, the first question for the buyer of that service from a supposed MSME is, how do I first of all assure myself and convince myself that I am transacting with an SME that is not supposed to be liable to income tax. That question, which is as simple as that, they require a whole lot of. So how do I certify? Okay, so should I take hold of the tax clearance certificate and just look at the disclosure on the TCC or in terms of turnover to be able to do that? Is there a particular certification or certificate of exemption that's supposed to be issued? So there's a whole lot of questions around this that makes that create practical implementation challenges. But the point I believe that I don't know whether it's a Mr. or Mr. Akimoladon is raising is that we need to address this so that if ultimately a taxpayer is supposed to enjoy tax exemption, we don't first create the burden or the obligation for withholding taxes deduction, because we know the processes that refund can go through. That I understand and that I appreciate. But if you also look at it from a tax authority's perspective, just before I leave that point, you recognize that taxpayers file based on self-assessment. All right, there should still be a mechanism by which the tax authority will also be able to actually validate that the claim of being an SME, is valid, and that's why the law did not exempt SMEs from filing tax returns. The law says you will not pay income tax, but the obligation to file and submit, tax returns is still, it's still there. Okay, so Victoria Lozier agreed that the stamp duty is. Sorry, the questions are jumping. I think they are coming on now. Agreed that the stamp duty is an old act, and it's just the enforcement that has delayed. He also said that is why the act is a bit confusing. My question is, can the stamp duty be reviewed to reflect current trend and ensure that it doesn't result in double taxation in some area, rather than paying more attention on implementation? I think that's exactly what we're saying, and that's exactly what is being done. What hasn't been done is a complete change of the law. So the changes you have in the Finance Act and some of the guidelines or circular the FRS is trying to introduce are actually aimed at helping to better understand the law so that the law can be fit for purpose. The point I only made is that because of the age of the law itself, there is a limitation to how much this padding and amending can go. The only instant that you are going to have a complete set of new law will be when the law is completely replaced, so that it can be brought in line with new realities. What becomes of the stamp duties collected prior to Finance Act by banks? What will bank customers do to recover with interest, since most of the deduction was never remitted to the appropriate authority? If I get this question correctly, it wasn't after the Finance Act that the stamp duty started. Okay, so the only argument or the only question you can raise will be what happens, because prior to the Finance Act, we have different pronouncements of the court, particularly conflicting. One say, yes, it's appropriate to deduct stamp duty, even though it was not specifically listed. Electronic transaction was not specifically listed. And then we have another court that says, no, you're not, you're not supposed to. So, to the best of my own understanding, then the banks did charge because they didn't want to come, come in face to face with the CBN. At that particular time, they did charge and they did collect. And so, if it is not remitted, as I won't believe it wasn't, if it wasn't remitted, it will be between the revenue authorities and the banks that haven't done the remission. Okay. I don't know if I can take one, two more. Please just box me and let me know once.
You can, okay. Mr. Yomi.
Okay. In electronic transfer, what is the instrument to stamp? Okay. Say Mr. A from Port Harcourt transfer 1 million naira to Mr. Z in Abuja and send an SMS to the bank charge transfer. The network provider charge SMS. What is the instrument that's supposed to be charged. So in this particular case, the bank deposit or the bank payment of 1 million that is moving from Mr. A to Mr. Z or Mr. B, it's what the law is saying. It's so there's a benefit that is being conferred. All right, so it is that amount of #1,000,000 that the law say is supposed to be liable to liable to stamp duty, and it is that whole argument around which tax authority is entitled to collect that I did mention earlier. You will ordinarily have assumed that because the transaction is between two individuals, that it should have fallen under the remit of the State Internal Revenue Services. However, based on the amendment to the law and the pronouncement from the FRS is saying that for as long as banking transactions are concerned, irrespective of the party to the transaction, it is the FIRS that will be the appropriate party. When should the ad valorem duty concept be applied? What are the applicable rates for ad valorem? It's a long list of transactions. So the law specifically made provisions for type of transactions and instrument. I use an example during my presentation when you're having tenancy, and all of that. So there are specific type of transactions that the law says are supposed to be percentage based, and so you will need to refer to the appendix to the law and be able to see whether your type of transactions that you are trying to stamp, whether it is a type that should be based on percentage, based on value, based on ad valorem, or the one that should be applicable at a fixed rate. I want to for every transaction, do I need? I'm just trying to. For every transaction agreement, do I need to go physically to FRS office? Sorry, the question has jumped again. I need to go physically to FIRS office, or will there be electronic means of making payment and receiving of stamp? I'm going to let Mr. Kudus respond to that so that they can give us a complete list of how FRS is administering this. But there are different platforms now that makes it possible for taxpayer to pay their tax, not just stamp duty. Okay, so you wouldn't need to walk in physically to the FRS office for the purposes of remit. That will be taking us back to back to days before. All right, so they can be paid electronically. FRS has also issued adhesive stamps that can be used when stamps are permissible on those transactions, so that it can be a convenient and easy way of remitting your taxes. So I will stop it and just let Mr. Kudus during his session to just attend to a complete list. What is the overruling provisions in the areas of conflict in stamp duty? I'm not sure I know exactly which one you are referring to, because there are multiple areas on multiple areas of controversy. Can you shed more light on which of these two bodies, FRS or NIPOS, is statutorily empowered to collect stamp duties? I think I mentioned this earlier. We all know that generally, right, NIPOS is in charge of delivery and courier. So, but for the ambiguity of the usage of postage stamp that we have in our law, it ideally shouldn't even have been a question at all, because it is the FIRS that is empowered to collect and administer taxes. That ideally should have been a very easy to deal with clear provisions of the law. But that ambiguity with, because we know NIPOS issue postage stamp, and the postage stamps have been referenced as in specific instances where it will be used. That's when the controversy and the overlap arose. To the best of my knowledge, it will appear to me that the two agencies seems to have kind of aligned on the or NIPOS seems to have taken a little bit of chill as far as this controversy is concerned, because in my view, I think the law is a lot more supportive of the powers of FRS when it comes to taxes, whether they're direct, or indirect taxes. That's about it. Some are overlaps and repeated questions, so I can yield the floor from my end here. Mr. Moderator?
Okay.
All right.
Now, Mr. Yomi, there's a provision inside that question and answers box. You can order question, you can type it to the so other panelists have answered. So other panelists have answered some questions. So please now, in order not to encroach to the time of the next presenter, we have to quickly go to the next level. And Mr. Yomi Olugbero has dealt with the stamp duty implementation in Nigeria from the taxpayer's perspective. Now, the next presenter will deal with the practitioner's perspective. And that is Mr. Taiwo Oyedele from PwC. But before then, we call him to take over. I will quickly go through his profile. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, FCA. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele is the fiscal policy partner and West Africa tax leader at PwC. He is the thematic lead for the Public Finance and Taxation Policy Commission of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, NESG. He is the author of Insights on Taxation and Fiscal Policy, Top 50 Tax Issues in Nigeria, the Nigeria Transfer Pricing chapter of the IBFD publication, and the contributor to the annual Doing Business report of the World Bank. He's a prominent speaker at conferences and a regular guest on various business and economic programs on TV, radio, and online media. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele is a member of the ministerial committee that developed the 2017 National Tax Policy and the 2019 Finance Act. He's the chairman of the Taxation and Fiscal Policy Faculty Board of ICANN and a member of the ACCA Global Governing Council. He's an alumnus of the London School of Economics, Yale University, and Harvard Kennedy School. He's the founder and president of Impact Africa Foundation and a guest lecturer at the Lagos Business School. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele is an erudite scholar, he's a regular presenter, he's a respected tax leader in a big firm in the world. We are welcoming you to tap from your resourcefulness and enjoy your presentation. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, you are welcome on board. Please take over. You have just 30 minutes. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation to share my thoughts with you. I'll stand on existing protocols, and I'll say that my friend and brother Yomi has made my job very, very easy with his excellent presentation. So what I'll be looking at is to first give a very brief overview and context, and look at some of the implementation challenges, and then I'll focus on the role of practitioners and tax administrators, and then my final thoughts. Okay, so we have heard a lot about the origin of the tax. So this was a 1604. So that's 1604, not 6004. One of the oldest tax laws in history, originated from Venice. And the purpose is to authenticate documents for legal recognition and to generate revenue for government. The original design was to physically stamp documents by way of, you have impress stamp, you have adhesive, and you actually use, for the impress, you use dies. And there used to be these heavy duty machines that were used in those days. It is the oldest tax law in Nigeria as of today. First introduced in 1903, like Mr. Agbonjubola said as well, while the current version of the law is the LFN 2004 that we are currently administering, which was based on the Ordinance 41 of 1939. We do know that it has been amended by the Finance Act of 2019. So we now have a renewed focus on implementing the Stamp Duties Act, but then there are challenges given the current realities, both in terms of economic activities have evolved, but also because we're dealing with the challenges of COVID-19. So I'll go on straight into the implementation challenges. And I'll start by the fact that the law is obsolete. So it's just, I think it's common sense to expect a law that is older than every single person on this call, and even like Mr. Bonjibola said, older than Nigeria, to be obsolete, because in those days, when the law was enacted, it did not envisage so many transactions we're having to deal with now. It's almost like trying to force a square peg into a round hole. There will be damages. So in 1939, we didn't have even the internet, let alone having electronic transactions and bank transfers. So, and that also means that we have a lot of ambiguity. So the way the English language was written and spoken has also evolved. Some of us who, for example, I'm a Christian and I read the Bible. So you read the Bible and there's a version of the Bible you read and it's just so difficult to understand the English. So you find also that the language in the stamp duty law is archaic and therefore not friendly to taxpayers in terms of understanding. And if you do not understand, how then can you effectively implement? Then we have competent authority, and I think that has been properly addressed, so I will not waste time on it, other than to say that I think there's clarity that it's FRS at the federal level and the state tax authorities at the states. Any other agency that think otherwise need to try and focus on their primary duty. Revenue collection is never the role of postal authorities in any country. Then we have incidents of multiple taxation and multiple agencies. So because this law is very old, what it means is that since the enactment of the Stamp Duties Act, new laws and new taxes have been enacted. So new taxes have been enacted into law. For example, VAT. There was no VAT in 1939. We also subsequently have other taxes. So if you take property, for example, you may potentially, we know that there's a judgment, one saying there's VAT and the other one saying there's no VAT on lease of a commercial property. But for a moment, if you just take a property and you say, well, if you do a transfer, there's stamp duties, then you're supposed to pay VAT. And then you're supposed to pay land use charge. If there is a gain on it, you're supposed to pay capital gain tax. You can continue with that list and you can easily get to about 6 or 7 different taxes. So, and this is one of the reasons why many countries have amended or repealed their Stamp Duties Act, because they think that other taxes have been introduced that are more effective in terms of collection and less ambiguous, and they do not see a need for stamp duties. Some countries have done their own data, and based on the information they have, they have realized that it's too much headache to administer stamp duties, and possibly the main sources of revenue for them is to do with properties, and maybe in some cases security such as share capital and loan. And in those countries like South Africa, they have repealed the Stamp Duties Act, and they only just now have property transfer duties. Similar to the UK, stamp duty is limited to a few items. The other challenge is, how do you share the revenue? We have heard a lot of controversies and debate as to whether it should be the state authorities collecting stamp duties on electronic transfer between individuals, or whether it should be FRS. But I say, well, that on one hand should not be a problem, because the Constitution says that whatever revenue you collect from stamp duties at the state level is your money. You keep it, you spend it. Whatever the FRS collects at the center is shared to the states using their derivation ratio. So what that means is, the more stamp duties a state collects, the more they will share from the center. So that is in itself is a challenge, because it's then driving maybe wrong behavior. And again, because this law is very old, it's difficult to, at the time, there was no basis to try and find out, how do I track where this revenue is being generated, instead of using a simple approach of derivation, which does not sufficiently address the problems. Then you have the power to modify the rates. So this is the only law that I'm aware of where it is the National Assembly by a resolution that can modify the rates. So what you find is mostly rates are enacted into law, which means you go through the entire legislative process, including public hearings, so that people can share their thoughts and their input as stakeholders. In some cases, you have that power is delegated to the executive to modify rates. We know that there's also a court case challenging the fact that even the National Assembly cannot delegate the power in those circumstances, but it's still up for debate because it hasn't gotten to the final court of adjudication as of yet. And then you have the timing of wanting to, this new drive for stamp duty. So the timing comes at a very difficult time that people are struggling, businesses are struggling, and you are needing to reflect the economy rather than impose more taxes. Because usually, what we say in economics is that whenever government has a deficit, then that means it's the surplus for the private sector or for society. When government is trying to raise more money, what you're just trying to do, you're transferring the surplus from the private sector to government. And that means that, things are more difficult generally for people to handle. But if I also, outline these challenges in terms of administrators and practitioners, you will see that for administrators, we have the issue of the appointment of the stamp duties commissioners, where, this one has to be the governor or the president, and the power is delegated to the civil service, and the civil service delegated it to the tax authority. It's unnecessarily complicated. You would even want to ask, what makes this task so special? That, for example, the FRS cannot just decide who it should be, and the head of the State Internal Revenue Service can just appoint one of their officers, and so on and so forth. There are issues to do with assessment. So this is one law where there's no self-assessment, because self-assessment is a relatively new concept. So the tax laws were enacted in the days that government assessed businesses and individuals. At those times, it was easy because they have limited business operations. So there were times when you could count the number of companies in Nigeria on your fingertips. There was a time when, a company could own a whole country. And I even read in the history books that Lever Brothers at a point paid for, the territory of Nigeria. So in those days, there were few, and the government could sit down with them and do assessment. So as the world evolved and transactions became more complicated and the volumes increased, a self-assessment was invented to pass some of those obligations to to citizens. So this law unfortunately does not have self-assessments, apart from where you have fixed duties and you can make that assessment yourself. Otherwise, you require government to do it for you. The capacity to enforce is not there, and I'm not sure that it even makes sense economically to try and enforce. So just imagine someone that needs to pay a fixed duty of 50 naira defaulted in paying. You now send officers to go and enforce. So the transport to even get there is already more than the 50 naira. So in large measure, a lot of the transactions cannot be enforced. Then electronic instruments and e-stamp duties platform. So because we now have a lot of transactions happening online, we now have e-stamp duty platform. And what we do with that is, digital stamping that we now introduce. If you go into the platform, my assessment is that it is too complicated. I tried to do some stamp duties myself online and I couldn't do it because there were just too much information that you need to provide, including information of counterparties that ordinarily you're not supposed to be privy to. There's also the complications of, if, for example, I make a transfer to my friend or I agree something with a partner and I send the confirmation via WhatsApp. So in the in the Finance Act, it means that those form of evidence or instrument is equally liable to stamp duties. But WhatsApp one is encrypted. So what that means is nobody can know that information except they gain access to my phone. And should the tax authority have access to my phone, is that not crossing the line of privacy, given that my phone will have a lot of confidential information, including my bank details and so on and so forth. Then we have issues to do with the cost of collection, if you like, call it commission, which is why we think, some of us think that NIPOS is struggling to let go because there's no specific indication of how much can be paid for the cost of collection. So that's almost open to negotiation as to how much can be given to the authorities to administer the tax before the net, because the law says net. So the net revenue is then shared to the states. For practitioners, the challenges include lack of interest, which is also due to the lack of clarity and poor understanding of the provisions of the law. For example, if you look at exemptions, so the law exempts transactions where government is the party that needs to pay, but government doesn't know when it is them to pay or when it's a contractor to pay, or they just assume that it's not them to pay anyway, and then they ask the contractors to pay. I have a couple of cases now for clients who governments have forced to pay stamp duties because government deducted at source, even though ordinarily the person to pay the stamp duty, if it was applicable, should have been government, and therefore because government was exempted, there should have been no stamp duties. This also applies to the international institutions such as the World Bank, such as the IFC, the AFDB. So if today a bank in Nigeria, let's say Zenith Bank, wants to take a loan from the World Bank, because the World Bank is exempted, you then have to figure out, is this tax that the World Bank would have paid, or is it a tax that Zenith Bank is supposed to pay? If it's Zenith Bank, then you apply the stamp duties. If it's the World Bank, then you apply the exemption. But this is not clear cut. There is a lack of willingness to comply on the part of taxpayers. So as practitioners, our work is driven a lot by demand side. So if you have the supply side, you have willing practitioners who don't mind learning something, but from the demand side, you do not have taxpayers who are willing to comply. So the energy and the interest would naturally go down. There's lack of clarity regarding compliance process. And I saw in one of the accountants, in one of the WhatsApp groups for practitioners, where I am one of the members of the platform, and somebody was asking and saying, how do I even pay the stamp duties? So apparently the client wants to pay stamp duties. and ask this guy who is into tax practice, and he has no clue where to even start and what to do. While there's nothing wrong in asking questions, you would imagine it should not be that difficult. Nobody will come on a platform and say, how do I pay VAT or how do I pay personal income tax? Especially when they're, a member of ICANN in practice. So there are also issues to do with dispute resolution. Even when you disagree with the assessment of the commissioners, what are you supposed to do? And in many cases, is it worthwhile given the cost and the time that will be involved relative to the amount of the stamp duties? So these are some of the challenges. I'll then move on quickly to the role of tax practitioners and administrators. And what I've done is to just summarize everything on a slide, so I do not have so many slides. So the first one is, as tax practitioners, I have to be honest that, I'll say I see for every one person I see who is an accountant doing anything to do with stamp duties, you probably would have seen 10 who are lawyers. So law firms tend to be more involved than us. And that's also because the compliance is driven by legal requirements rather than the enforcement from the tax administrators. So if you're doing, incorporation at the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC will make you pay stamp duties. Even though accountants are legally allowed to incorporate companies, but you see more than 90% of people who incorporate companies are lawyers. The same thing, if you have a court case and you need to tender the document, chances are that you are dealing with a lawyer and not with an accountant. So this is one of the major reasons for that. And those of us that wrote, even though we wrote ICANN exam a very long time ago, I can't remember questions on stamp duties. And I've looked at questions recently, and stamp duties is hardly even tested, which means it does not occupy the front burner in the priorities of the profession and the institute. There's limited role in compliance, that we play due to the fact that it's government assessment and not self-assessment. So even when people want to pay, they seem not to need consultants. They just need to go to the commissioner for stamp duties, and they feel like the job is done. The nature and the size of duties often means most time that the tax professional is not required because the amount is small. Then seeking ruling or clarification on behalf of duty payers is one role that tax practitioners can play, especially if the amount involved is significant, or it may be small, but it's large volume and it's recurring. One of such instances is, if you read the Stamp Duties Act, it suggests that stamp duty should be paid on the sum assured in the case of a life insurance policy. Whereas that's not very realistic. You find the industry is then applying stamp duties on premium rather than the sum assured. Then we can have advocacy on behalf of affected industry groups and other stakeholders. I think tax practitioners are best placed to always intermediate, because their role makes them interface with all stakeholders. So they're first and foremost themselves taxpayers. They then assist so many taxpayers, different industries, different perspectives, and they also relate with policymakers. So that gives them, in many cases, the rounded view for advocacy. Then interfacing between the taxpayer and the administrators, which I already mentioned. So in terms of tax administrators, what will be their roles? And in particular, I have to say this is mostly the role of the stamp duty commissioners. So first is assessment and collection of stamp duties payable on instruments, including up-stamping. So you go to them, they will assess you, tell you how much you need to pay. If you have a transaction that you've included consideration of, let's say, 1 million naira, and it's at valorem duty that's applicable, if you then go ahead and have an amendment to that contract to increase the consideration from 1 million to 3 million, so you need to go back and up stamp, because the consideration has now increased by 2 million. So that 2 million requires additional stamp duties as may be applicable. Interestingly, this law does not have a provision for down stamping, which I consider to be really unfair. So you imagine that I can have a contract with consideration of 1 million, pay stamp duties, but then events happen and there's variation and the amount goes up to 3 million, I should pay the difference. But if I revise that contract and my consideration goes down from 1 million to 300,000 naira, I'm completely on my own because the law did not envisage I should go back and collect my money for the excess that I have paid. The tax authorities are responsible for appropriate stamping. So actually in those days, I don't know how much of that they do now. You know, the machine is with the tax authority and they have to physically press it on your document to denote the stamping. Sometimes using a die and an instrument that would emboss it. So that's the role of the tax authority. Imposition of penalties where applicable and accounting for duties collected, as well as safekeeping and custody of stamping, instrument, and security documents. So in those days, you can imagine if you can steal some of these documents, you can easily be collecting taxes. So government, you know, thought of it like almost the machine for printing money. So it was high security instrument that needed safekeeping. The tax authority also interfaces with and educate, or at least is expected to educate duty payers, or put differently, taxpayers. And my last point there is almost like a question mark, which is the tax administrator is supposed to administer credits and grant refunds. But I did not know of any single person who says that they have been able to get a refund, even when they pay wrongly to, you know, one, they could have overpaid. Secondly, it could have been that, you know, you paid for a transaction, but the transaction eventually was cancelled. Or it could have been that you were forced to pay to a state authority when indeed your stamping was supposed to be done by the federal government. Do you have to pay again? Do you get a refund? Do you get a credit? It doesn't seem to be the case in practice. So as I conclude with my final thoughts, first I would say that we need to, in terms of what do we have to do differently, we need to review the law to address obsolete and ambiguous provisions in the law, and there's so many of them. Like, for example, which party is supposed to pay the stamp duty? It should not be that complicated. It's already difficult to want to pay tax. Trying to figure out who should pay, it's a big disincentive. If you look at the stamp duty law in countries like Kenya, what they have done is they created their table of schedule, and for every transaction, they'll put the rate and put the party that is liable to pay. We should not have to try to figure out, like we do in Nigeria, to say, actually, because the law says in the event of failure to stamp, this is the person that will pay penalty, then it must be the person that is supposed to stamp in the first place. Why are we doing deduction and inferences when we can just write it and say this is the person that is supposed to pay? So I think that, you know, what we need to do with the law is not to amend it. We cannot patch it enough to make it fit for purpose. It's just too old. It's almost like taking a car that you bought 30 years ago and you keep patching it. So the tire is different from the body, the engine is another make. You put it all together, you know, and then you spray it. The fact is it can't work well. I think we're at a point where we need to just pretend that we never had the law before. Look at our current realities in the context of our national tax policy, government economic plan and priorities, and the global trend, and just write a new law that is simple, that is concise, and that is easy to implement. We should limit, in my view, the number of transactions to very few items that are broad-based and easy to administer. And I can mention those to you. They'll be less than maybe 10 actually. So you can take land or landed property or real property. Then number two, you can take security such as share capital and loan. And then maybe, of course, you can do electronic transfer, something like mortgages, and maybe insurance policy. You know, you don't need all those receipts here and there. You know, I'm giving you a receipt for paying me 100 naira. I then have to go and stamp it. It's unnecessary. Then we need to introduce self-assessment, as is the case with other taxes, and introduce threshold to protect the poor and vulnerable. If you read the Stamp Duties Act and you take something like rent, at the time it has a threshold that if your rent was less than, I think, 200 naira, you know, you pay a lower rate. If your rent per annum was more than 200, you pay a higher rate. So you see those thresholds, you see them, some of them is 50 naira. In those days, 200 naira was a lot of money. A lot of money, maybe it's equivalent to 100,000 naira or more today. And the idea behind it was to protect the poor people. But because we've left the law and ignored it, you know, for so long, neglected it, those rates are now very ridiculous. Even the penalties are ridiculous. You see, stamp duty of 20 kobo. If you don't pay, the fine is 100 or 150 naira or 200 naira. What we now need to do is to take a fresh look using perspectives and context as of today and say, what do I need to protect our poor people? If somebody is living in what we call face me, I slap you, and they're struggling to find their rent to pay, and you show up to collect stamp duties, then we'll pray for you to come back safely and complete, because those are not people that can be rational. When people are hungry and they're angry, they are unlikely to be rational, and therefore there's no point bothering them in the first place. We need to introduce anti-avoidance provisions. The law as it is currently, you can do a lot of things under that law to avoid, you know, paying the tax. And we're having a session last weekend, and someone said that, you know, if you sign an agreement today and you get a witness to witness it, the amount you pay is different from when there's no witness. So apparently when you get a witness, you pay a lot more, and it could even be ad valorem. So all that you just need to do is not to find a witness. So just sign and move on. I could also today buy a landed property and put it in a company, and instead of selling the property like land, I sell the shares of the company. I would have avoided the stamp duties, ad valorem that I need to pay. So we need to envisage these avoidance provisions and include them. I'm a fan of, you know, let's keep the tax law simple, let's make them few, but let's get everybody to pay, so it's even difficult to avoid. You would imagine that today, if Nigeria decides as a country, I know this is almost very academic, but let's say Nigeria decides today that we're going to repeat all our laws, all our tax laws, all of them, and we have only one tax, and it's called personal income tax, and would exempt all our poor people. For example, if you earn less than 150,000 naira a month, you pay 0 personal income tax. Do you know if Nigeria can just be as efficient as South Africa in collecting that one tax, our tax collection will be more than 15 trillion naira, which is more than 2 times what we collect now across all levels of government, FRS, all the state authorities, and customs, right? It's less than, you know, 7.5 trillion. So I say that because South Africa is a smaller economy, a smaller population of just about 54 billion people. Their exemption for personal income tax is about 2 million naira, which is even more than 150,000 per month. You pay 0%. In South Africa, if your income in a year is about 2 million naira. So because of that, South Africa has less than 5 million personal income taxpayer in their tax net, because they've exempted almost everybody who is poor. And then it's interesting that South Africa makes about 11 trillion naira from personal income tax alone. 11 trillion naira equivalent from personal income tax alone. In fact, the top 1%, which is less than 50,000 people in South Africa, pay more than 6 trillion naira. That's more than the entire collection by FRS. In other words, if Nigeria really wants to solve the problem we have with the tax system, we have to take a step back and say, what is relevant today? Maybe we shouldn't have only personal income tax. Maybe I was pushing it. But how about we have only income tax for companies, income tax for individuals, VAT, and then import duties, and then repeal all other taxes. If we implement those 3 or 4 taxes very well, effectively, we can easily make 20 trillion naira in a year. And finally, we need to ensure transparency of what is being collected and how it is being spent. Trust deficit or the lack of trust itself is the biggest problem we have with the tax system. People don't want to part with their hard-earned money because they are not sure what government will use the money for. And each time you hear about NDDC, NNPC, and so many other ways that we have learned how to waste money, it does not build confidence. Those things kill whatever is left in you in terms of let's continue to hope for the better days and pay our taxes. It's difficult, and people are having to take care of themselves, from providing water to electricity to security. Effectively, Nigerians pay the highest taxes if you take this into consideration. Overall, my message is that the Stamp Duties Act requires a complete overhaul. Thank you very much for paying attention to me, and I believe that I've been able to do this within the time allocated to me, and happy now to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. A round of applause for this young gentleman. You have done wonderfully and done justice to this presentation. In fact, we have never underestimated your capability, and you have proved that to us. Thank you very much, especially your summary on the role of tax practitioners and administrators. It has shown a compendium of the entire presentation, and your written and unwritten recommendation that you gave just toward the end, only that Nigeria has a kind of heterogeneous society compared to South Africa. I believe that, thank God, the chairman is represented here, and they will take a cue from your recommendation. The implementation strategy and mechanism depends on their capability to handle that, and I believe that they will do something about it. This kind of forum has provided a leeway for us to really determine the direction of our national revenue drive. So thank you very much, Mr. Oyedele. Now, before we go into question and answer session, I want to emphasize that the Pillar Craft Accounting, a technical partner for the organizer of this program, will make all the presentations available to our email addresses for all the registered participants. So you don't need to worry about anything about that. So we are going to give you everything required for you to update your knowledge after this program. Now we'll go into question and answer. Mr. Oyedele, you open the box there and they treat questions as they appear. So we have very short time to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to start from the last question that I see, because I can't remember where Yomi stopped. So I'll start from the last question, and if I seem to be repeating what Yomi said, I'll then stop.
They have cleared your missed questions. They have cleared your missed questions. So all these ones are for you.
Enough for me. Okay, all right. Thanks for that. So I'll start from the beginning in that case. So the first question that I have here is saying, it's from Gani Yugalba. Non-governmental organizations do have agreements with implementing partners, some of which are gentlemen agreements in nature. Do this instrument require stamp duty? I think the point is still that if the person to pay is the government, then there's no stamp duties. But if the party that is supposed to pay legally is not government, then even if the contract is with government, then stamp duty is applicable. If you have a gentleman agreement, that would be disappointing for government to do. I think we can excuse individuals having a gentleman agreement that is not documented. Government should never have unwritten agreement. But to answer your question, if agreements are unwritten, then you cannot pay stamp duty, because stamp duty is on instrument, not on your thoughts. The next one is USA and many advanced countries are constantly reviewing their stamp duty regulations based on current reality of their economies. What roles does ICANN and NITA and all other stakeholders are playing to push such as an idea through to policymakers to change regulation in favor of current economic realities? Okay, so I think that's if anybody who is not speaking, they can just please be on mute. And so on this one, even though I'm not speaking for ICANN, and we have people that are more competent than me to speak for ICANN, but I can say generally, it's not just ICANN. Everybody went to sleep, including even the tax authorities. Now that this issue is coming on board, it means that all stakeholders, including ICANN, will then make their contributions. And I believe that the session we're having today, there will be either a communique or some summary of recommendations that will go to FRS. We have FRS ably represented by the head of policy, so we are confident that there will be input from ICANN in that regard. Another question from Grace Ogbona is stamp duty on rent seems to be double taxation. The same revenue from which PAY is deducted is taxed again. Likewise, stamp duty on transfer. The same salary employer remit via bank suffers deduction of stamp duty. How do we harmonize this? So let me start first by saying, even though conceptually your point is right, but this will not qualify as double taxation. In the sense that the incidence falls on different people. So it's like saying when I collect my salary, I pay PAY. Then when I go and buy food at the restaurant, why are they taxing the restaurant provider or the owner of the restaurant? The fact is I've paid tax, but that person is earning income afresh. They also need to pay their own taxes. So I don't think PAYE will count as one of the multiple taxes that stamp duty would instigate or initiate or trigger. But I do agree with you. We have instances like on land, you pay land use charge, you pay VAT in some cases, you pay stamp duty, you pay capital gains tax. The question is, government should make up its mind. If government make up its mind and the decision is that we pay only one tax, the rate can be whatever you want it to be. If Nigeria cancels all indirect taxes today and say VAT should be 15%, maybe that's even better to administer than having all manner of different taxes. Then from Joseph Eniola Adeshui, this is core problem that realistically needed to be addressed without any further delay. Otherwise, all our effort today will just be effort in futility. So I think you typed this question when I was making a particular point, but I can't remember which point you had in mind. So I'll say thank you for the comment. Michael says the case against NIPO's collection of stamp duties is that it had no obligation to remit the revenue so collected to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. I don't think that is exactly the problem. Of course, NIPOs will not collect the revenue and keep and spend everything. But of course, they were making money from, the cost of selling the stamp, the postage stamps, and of course, their commission for collecting the stamp duties. So the revenue for them is key, and they do not want to let go. And many of us are aware that even I think it was the chairman of the board of NIPOS who went on social media and said that they want to kill NIPOS. And I thought that, if NIPOS can just focus on their role is to do delivery of items. So I see people who comment online about, someone said they sent him a document, a parcel from the UK, and it took 24 hours to get to Lagos, and then took 3 months for NIPOS to deliver it to them. And in fact, the organization that sent it from the UK already assumed that it got lost, and they had sent him a replacement before NIPOS found it. So if they just focus on rendering their services, I was in a session with, it was a session for MDAs. So we had a lot of the head of MDAs in attendance, and there was the Registrar General, sorry, that is they called the guy, the head of NIPOS was there, and then there was also the head of road safety, and we're discussing. And one question I just asked the two of them is why? Because we had that conversation, and they apparently used DHL to deliver your driver license within Nigeria. I said, you guys are government agencies. Why are you not using NIPOS to deliver license? And everybody laughed to say, if you want the license not to get missing, you cannot use NIPOS. How about NIPOS should upgrade its quality of service to the point where we can trust NIPOS as we trust, say, this international logistic company. So that way you can make money from renting services rather than trying to struggle to collect taxes. So that would be my take. Chidi Udo says, Mr. Oyedeele, kindly add me to your WhatsApp platform. Okay, that's the ICANN platform. And thank you for raising that question, actually. So we need to recruit people from this platform. So I shared the taxation faculty board for ICANN. And what we've done is we've created WhatsApp group by region. We have for Lagos, we have for Abuja, and so on and so forth. For if you want to be a member of that faculty, you have to fill a form because we don't want non-members to join. You fill a form to show us your number and every other thing, and then you'll be added to that. So I'll share a link to the form today. As soon as I'm done now, I'll put the link on the chat group and you can fill it if you're interested. Then Techno, okay, so this is the name of the phone rather than the person that typed it. Please, what's the use of BVN in ensuring that multiple taxation on an individual's account are mitigated? For instance, when my salary is transferred by my employer, stamp duty is charged. However, when I transfer a certain amount from my salary account to my other account as part of savings, duties are charged on all the transfers. It goes on as long as I make any transfer on same income, despite the fact that all transactions are within same BVN but different accounts. And I agree with you, my brother. Okay, so this is Madweke Choma. So I agree with you, my sister. You are right. So unfortunately, the exemption provided in the law is only when you transfer between your accounts within the same bank. And I do think that you're right. The law can as well use BVN instead of saying the same bank. BVN would identify, so you can't lie about it. If you are transferring to another account, whether it's within the same bank or another one, so long as the same BVN, then it should be exempted because you are not trying to evidence transfer to yourself. You cannot deny to yourself that you have transferred something to yourself. If what the government is doubting there is the bank, then maybe that's a different person entirely. Anonymous attendee says, with regard to exemption granted to government agencies on stamp duty, is such exemption applicable to a situation where the government agency is a tenant? So the answer is not yes or no. The answer is who is supposed to pay. So in the case of a lease agreement, the tenant is the one that is supposed to pay. So to answer your question, if government is your tenant, the stamp duty is payable by government. Government is exempted, therefore there's no stamp duties. Joseph Eniola Adeshui, critical evaluation of every proposed law and regulation on any fiscal policy, especially the impact on investment and economic growth of any nation. What efforts all the stakeholders are putting without any prejudice to really collaborate, coordinate, review, and strongly recommend changes to old and unrealistic laws or regulations. Sorry, it's raining in my area, so I hope it's not too distracting. So, but I agree with you. I think Nigerians have to stop complaining alone. It's within your right to complain and criticize, but we have to start looking for solutions together. So what that means is all hands must be on deck. We must use the platform we have to make our input known. Every single person on this call today, almost 500 of us, have the platform of ICANN to make your input. You don't have to know, who is the minister or who is the Senate president. Your input today can come into what ICANN is presenting to the federal government, and you can see your hand in being part of the solution and not just part of the people who complain. So organizers, just let me know when it's time to stop because I think the questions are plenty. Otherwise, I'll continue.
Go ahead, Mr. Oyedeele, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So the next one says, that's from Sule Musa. How has the stamp duty deduction reflected on GIFMIs for MDA compliance? Remember, we said that MDAs are not supposed to pay stamp duty. So I don't think it's a question of reflecting compliance because they're not in the first place required to pay. But I'm aware that there's some memos internally within government cycle directing government agencies to deduct stamp duties on their contract. In that case, if they have deducted, whether they deducted rightly or wrongly, it's a different issue. Then it has to be reflected and remitted. One of the other challenges we have in Nigeria is we have a lot of MDAs collecting revenue that they never remit. Some of them will remit almost like they are giving donation to government of Nigeria. So they spend as they please and tell you this is the surplus, and then they remit a tiny amount. So this is not right. My view is that all government agencies should be stopped from collecting revenue. When they have revenue function, whether those be fees, levies, and charges, it should be done by the tax authority, as is done everywhere else. They should submit their expenses for budgetary allocation, and all the revenue should go into the federation account or the CRF, as the case may be. Wasila says, in the process of presentation, you mentioned NNPC and NDDC and other means of money wastage. Can you please expatiate the relative to stamp duties? What the point I was making there is that I was trying to talk about trust, and is by no means trying to single out NNPC and NDDC. I only just mentioned them because they're the ones that they've been in the news recently. NDDC with billions that they were calling at the National Assembly, and off your mic, honorable minister comment that it's almost a joke now, but we shouldn't be laughing about it. Clearly, that does not build trust. The NDDC, as we read in the news, has not even produced a single audited account in almost 20 years of its establishment. NNPC, there has been a lot of effort now to improve transparency, but you still see things like spending 86 billion naira to maintain refineries that produce not even a single barrel of refined crude oil. So, for example, is there any private sector organization that will do that? You spend 86 billion when you're producing nothing. It means if you dash out the assets, you even be worse, you'll be better off. You would have saved 86 billion. So these examples are examples of waste and sometimes corruption, which kill trust. And therefore, people are reluctant to pay their taxes because they think it will be wasted. And this is not limited to stamp duties. It cuts across all other taxes. Emmanuel says, what is the withholding tax rate for individual consultants? So this your question is not exactly on stamp duties, and it's difficult for me to answer because withholding tax rate will vary depending on the type of transaction, the nature of the person you are paying, and so on and so forth. So I'll say this question you can take offline. Umar Yahaya, please, what happens where my landlord charges stamp duty and I transfer money through the bank to pay the rent? Will it result to double taxation when the bank also applies stamp duty on the transaction? I like this question. So if you pay stamp duty on rent, that is stamp duty on rent. It's a different transaction from the payment of the rent itself. So in this your question, there are two transactions, at least two transactions. One transaction is a rent agreement between you and your landlord. So it's the agreement, not the payment. So that agreement to lease a property is dutiable, and then duties have to be paid. Transaction one. Transaction two is a transfer of money from the tenant to the landlord, and the bank does not even need to know whether you are paying rent. They don't need to know what you are paying for. Their own is that you are making a transfer. That's a different transaction and is liable to stamp duty. Okay, so the next question comes from, I think is from, okay, so this thing flipped and I lost track a little bit. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so if you just scroll down a little bit.
Emmanuel, it's from Emmanuel Agbeboayi.
Okay, I've seen the next one is from Emmanuel Adebuaye. Thank you very much for your presentation. I concur with you to scale all taxes, to scrape all taxes. What I would advocate even is that all electronic transfers, bank collection, and remit to government. So no PIT, no CIT. Okay, so this, my friend, is even stretching that my very aggressive recommendation to say we should even scrap so many things and only just have a few number of taxes. Right, and it's encouraging me to advocate this to government. Yes, I've been advocating, just that they're not listening to me. One of the things I advocated for during the national tax policy was to have only one revenue agency per level of government. And I had said that even the customs should be combined and merged with the FRS, like you have in Ghana. Ghana has DRA, South Africa has SARS, Kenya has KRA, and all taxes are consolidated in one place. But of course, there are people with vested interests who are not interested in those consolidations. Jacob, Arinze, Sam, what are the loopholes that one should take advantage of in the new Stamp Duty Act legally? So they're asking for a consulting opinion. So this one I cannot share, especially because advisory around tax planning is situation specific. I only just gave those two examples because they were generic. Secondly, what is the effective date of implementation and what happens to the stamp duties collected by post office before this act? So the Stamp Duties Act has always been around. It's not a new law. So the Finance Act only amended some provisions of the law. So it's not like it's introducing anything afresh. For example, the only in some of the new things were the threshold for transfers. If you transfer less than 10,000, you no longer pay stamp duty. So that was introduced by the Finance Act, and it took effect from the 13th of January 2020 when it was signed into law. Any revenue that has been collected by the post office or other agencies prior to the competent authority being clearly FRS will be collected from those organizations and remitted to government account. And you would see that FRS already in an interministerial committee that was set up, an effort to make sure that all these stamp duties were collected from those who collected them. Samuel Jegede, you have made several valid comments and propositions. Can this be aligned with ICANN as a body? Would it be in place for ICANN position to now be made to have available to the government? I think that's what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. Like I said, I'm one of the faculty board chairs for ICANN. And some of these comments we can easily write as ICANN position and present it. And in fact, I can tell you that we already have, our faculty already has a position that is with council as we speak on stamp duties, but it's within council's prerogative as to what is approved eventually and presented, because we cannot be presenting individual views of committees. We have to put forward the position of the institute. Then Solomon Ashibong, you recommended an overhauling of the stamp duty tax law. How do you manage the existing controversy? Should you embark on a revenue drive on stamp duty? Yeah, so whatever you are doing now, you continue with it. When you finish writing a new law and it's been enacted and signed into law, it will commence with appropriate transition arrangements. So it's not different from, for example, the Pension Reform Act was a law of 2004, and it was reenacted in 2014, but it did not cause any controversies or complications because the transition arrangement was well thought out. Please, I want to ask, since government don't pay stamp duty, are they supposed to pay VAT? Yes, government is supposed to pay VAT. When any government, even if you send an invoice to the presidency, please put VAT. If they tell you they don't pay VAT, ask them to quote the section of the law for you. The next question is, does staff employment letter qualify for stamping? No, this is exempted from stamping. You don't need to stamp the employment letter of your staff. Then on stamp duty on insurance policy, where is the duty applied on? So the duty is applied on premium because if you want to apply it on sum assured, the amount is too big. And you're going to find policyholders rejecting it. Insurance penetration in Nigeria is one of the lowest in the world, and it's not good for our economy. So you want to encourage more people to buy insurance. You can therefore not apply unreasonable rates on their insurance premium. On 50 naira stamp duty on bank deposit and transfer, is there exemption on salary accounts, savings accounts, an account with the same BVN? So if you are transferring between your accounts in the same bank, you are exempted. Before now, we had exemption for savings account, but the exemption has been technically removed because we now have a threshold The idea was initially savings account was mostly for poor people, but if you already exempted 10,000 threshold, then there's really no point trying to make a distinction between savings and current account. Salary account, yes. Salary, if your employer is paying your salary, stamp duty is exempted. When I enter into rent agreement with my landlord and pay stamp duty the first year for the agreement, do I need to pay again in subsequent year when I'm renewing my rent? My answer is yes, even though there's no specific provision in the law to support that. The idea is you cannot enter into a 5-year agreement, rent agreement, and decide to pay for only 1 month first so that you can reduce your stamp duty. So the idea should be that you pay stamp duty based on the consideration, and every time you are renewing that rent, there's a new agreement, and then the consideration should be liable to stamp duties. If you then verbally agree with your landlord and say, "Okay, I want to continue for another 1 year," and Oga says that's fine, and you just pay the money to the bank account without any amendment to the agreement, then you can avoid the stamp duty, even though that puts you at risk because the landlord can say you never paid. Even though there's evidence of payment, he will say, he thought we were just giving him money for the wedding ceremony of his daughter, because there's nothing to show that this amount we're paying was for rent. And if you put description of rent in the payment, then that triggers the stamp duty you were trying to avoid previously. Esther Ogugwa says, "Greetings, sir. Please, going with the recent inauguration of Interministerial Committee for the Audit and Recovery of Back Year Stamp Duties, what happens in a situation where contract entered into by an agency with its contractor has ended and full consideration has been paid to the contractor without stamp duty charged by the agency? How will such uncollected back duty be collected? And can such agency approach the contractor now to pay such duties?" So this is not different from any other taxes. If you pay your contractor without deducting withholding tax, and then the government shows up later, what would you do? So in a situation like this, first you need to establish whether stamp duty is due. If it's due and it wasn't paid, then I think that the tax authorities are the ones to ensure compliance by asking the party that should have paid to pay, possibly with penalty, as the case may be. Ado Mohammed Abubakar, is stamp duty for individual subject to principal place of residence? If yes, how is it distributed now that is collected centrally? So if you are transacting with another individual, you have to establish who among you, the two of you, should pay. Wherever that person that is paying the stamp duty is tax resident in Nigeria, that's the state that will collect the stamp duty. But if your stamp duty is collected centrally by FRS, e.g. on transfer, bank transfers, or your landlord is a company and the stamp duty is payable to the FRS, all the stamp duties collected by the FRS is shared to the states. So actually, federal government does not retain, stamp duty revenue for their own purpose. This is one of the things you may want to reconsider when we are enacting a new law. But unfortunately, it's not even a law, it's the Constitution. So this is actually stated in the Constitution, which means the process of amending the Constitution is more cumbersome, and therefore I would suggest that this is not something we take on at this time. We should handle issues that are not too complicated to deal with. But essentially, all the stamp duties collected by FRS is shared to the state government. Then it says, "Please, can I have your contact so I can easily reach you?" Okay, this is not to do with stamp duty, but thank you for your comments, that you admire my presentation and my wealth of knowledge. Thank you for the comments. I think the last question that I have, okay, it's not last. Any purchase order liable? Are purchase orders liable to stamp duty? Yes, purchase orders are contracts. Because you have an offer, you have an acceptance, and then thereafter you have a consideration. So that will be liable. With regards to own account transfer from my current account to savings account, is it subject to stamp duty charge? If it's within the same bank, no stamp duty. If it's with two different banks, you transfer from Zenith to GT Bank or UBA or whatever it is, then stamp duty would apply. And lastly, okay, I think people keep typing. What are the instruments that FRS adhesive stamp can be used on. So, based on the law, stamp duty should be done, usually by impress stamp. But in cases where adhesive stamp are to be used, the law says a postage stamp may be used subject to regulation. But that's because FRS had no adhesive stamp at the time. Now that FRS has produced its own adhesive stamp, and FRS is the only competent authority at the federal level, then use FRS adhesive stamp when you're trying to do fixed duties. So you want to stamp something that is 50 naira, you don't need to go to Commissioner of Stamp Duties to start assessing you. You just look at the schedule is 50, you buy the adhesive stamp, and you paste enough to be 50 naira. If you need to paste 1,000, you paste enough until it's up to 1,000 naira and you'll be fine. The last question from Daniel: tax touting has been a major problem. How can this be eradicated? That's $1 million question, my brother. We have been on this for a long time. Personally, I've been involved in this since 2013 on this particular issue of tax touting. We went all the way. I was supporting the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. We went all the way to NEC, and we got approval about how this should be stopped, Inspector General to come in, and all of that. But all of it hasn't worked because there's no political will behind it. Sometimes, if it's PDP that is in government, APC governors will not comply, and the other way around. And it doesn't help us as a country. Bearing in mind that we are still a federation, that means that the taxing powers of the state and local government cannot be completely eliminated. What I think can work is someone just needs to borrow the model that is already working in Nigeria. So Kaduna State introduced a law to outlaw the collection of cash payment for taxes and reform the process of payment. Kaduna State has not introduced a
network.
Hello, Mr. Taiwo. We cannot hear you. Mr. Odele, we cannot hear you. Hello?
The election by Kaduna State has increased. Don't mean well for Nigeria. You can play politics with how you spend the money, but it's senseless to play politics with how the money is generated. Except that the fact that by collecting cash and using touts, some politicians are enriching themselves to the detriment of society and the well-being of Nigerian people. How do we as a body make the government continue and complete projects? So this one is outside of stamp duties matters, but I'll say is by holding government to account. You can follow Budget. Budget is one of the organizations who beam their searchlight on government projects. They'll post the pictures, tell you the amount. In fact, there are projects that sometimes when they are completed, a politician will go and put their name on it as if they use their money to build it. So follow, Budget, and when you see that, tweet and reshare it. The more Nigerians that are aware that projects are being abandoned or projects that have been completed are being presented as if politicians are the ones that spend their money on them, then you have less of this incident. So Philip said, my question is, great presentation, thank you. How is the proportion of the sharing of stamp duty collected by the FRS between the states? So they use derivation. So we find out from all the states how much they've collected in stamp duties. Yeah, we use that ratio to share the one the FRS has collected to all the states, and that's how it is done. So thankfully, this is the last question, and I would like to thank everyone, and now I yield the floor back to the organizers to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Odele. Let's give a round of applause, please. Let's give a standing ovation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Odele. We really appreciate your knowledge, your resourcefulness, and we pray that God Almighty will continue to enrich you and endow you in knowledge. Thank you very much. Really enjoy. If we have our ways, we say that you continue to tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, distinguished participants, we are running out of time, and the time is far spent. Before we go to the next presentation, we would like to allow our people to stretch bodies. So take 5 minutes break to stretch our bodies and take coffee and relax. So that after 5 minutes, we'll come back and have Mr. Kudu on board. Thank you very much. So we'll come back by 12:40. By 12:40, we start the next presentation. So let's just take our time to relax. Thank you very much.
Where is our coffee?
Well, go and check the cupboard at the bamboo.
Inside the cupboard? Where does sir? Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Malam Salisu.
Alaji Salisu.
Alaji Salisu, sorry. You don't want to compete with your Malam Musa Isa.
Malam is a very revered person, but me, I'm still a young boy. So
Okay.
I'm still coming up.
Okay.
Who says?
Alaji, you will get there.
Who says you are young? Alaji Sahad.
I never
Alaji Sahad.
I never reached.
Who says you are? Even you see someone at 70 still performing more than 30-year-old. Mind your language.
Let me keep quiet, man. Up to one.
I can. Well done, no.
Up FCA.
Up district.
Alaji. This academic Malam, were you able to attend?
Yes.
Up Abuja district.
Thank you.
Someone is asking for e-lunch. Can we ask them for fees?
Oh, of course, madam.
Who sent the e-ticket after the training?
I think all those who registered with finance should put their names down for e-lunch.
Yes, so I think Otumba Bakindo is taking a large cup of tea. It should send it on board. Alaji, Otumba Bakindo, we are seeing you. God day.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sharing the cup alone.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon, sir.
The question is, are you sure it's coffee that is inside this cup?
Okay, maybe it's emblem. It's aqua sherry.
No, don't worry, I didn't say anything. Good afternoon.
If Pastor Magge is there, don't let us say we are taking more than necessary wine. No.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Pastor Mrs. Omage. I greet you, ma.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you, ma.
Pastor Mrs. Omage left her forensic glasses at home this time.
That's good. That's good.
So she's not scrutinizing anything.
At all.
Right,
don't take more than a little.
Okay, thank you, ma. I'll stick to your advice.
So that we don't dose off. Thank you, ma'am. Up ICANN and Abuja district. Up FIRS. Up ICANN.
Up Abuja district. Hello, Balogun. Balogun.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be sure you are there.
No, I'm here. We are the background. We are behind the scene. So we have one more minute left to begin the last phase of the program.
They will come back.
By my time now, it is 40 minutes past 12 noon. We soon begin the final phase of this presentation. But before then, let me quickly recognize some dignitaries that have joined us. We have here with us our past chairman, Otuba Adewale Bakero, FCA. You are welcome on board.
Thank you very much. My pleasure to be here.
Then we also have with us Alaji.
My dear brother, how are you doing?
Alajire, FCA. You are welcome on board.
Very well, thank you.
Our past chairman, Alaji Alajire, welcome. Please let everybody mute him or herself, please. Now, we are going to the next phase of the presentation today. We have heard from the perspective of the taxpayers and tax practitioners, Mr. Yomi Olubero, FCA, and then Mr. Taiwo Edele, FCA, have jointly and severally and separately have done justice to the presentation, and we have learned a lot from them, and I believe that we have a very good take home, so that by the time we encounter any tax issue or matters on the field, we know how to address them squarely. So we thank two of them for that wonderful presentations. Now, we have heard about the disputes and controversies surrounding the responsibility for stamp duty collection, remittance, and administration. Now, Mr. Kudu is one of the administrators, is an acting director in charge of special taxes and stamp duties. He's going to do justice and going to tell us whose responsibility is it to collect stamp duties. He's going to settle the matter, which Mr. Yomi and Mr. Edele have talked about. We believe that we will not tend towards favoritism for Inland Revenue Service if the objective and tell us with adequate law to back his assessment and his position. So now, before I invite Mr. Adamu Kudu Mohammed, I will briefly go through his profiles to know who he is and what he actually represents. Mr. Adamu Mohammed Kudu is an acting director, Special Taxes Department, Federal Inland Revenue Service. Mr. Kudu is a tax expert, a small medium enterprise in government business transformation, covering project management, business analysis, and change management, and an active tax administrator. He has headed many tax offices across the country and has won many laurels for his outstanding performance and contribution to national development through the optimization of government revenues with over 20 years experience. After 19 years in the field, he moved to headquarters in 2008, where he headed the business process re-engineering that redesigned and automated the predominantly manual process of tax administration in federal inland revenue, among other flagship projects he executed. As a follow-up to the re-engineering program, he led the Integrated Tax Administration System (ITAS) project, where tax capabilities were developed and deployed across 140 offices of Inland Revenue Service. With his cross-functional experience, he was mandated to lead the e-services initiatives covering e-filing, e-TCC, e-receipt, and special integration with third-party organizations. In December 2019, he was appointed the special advisor to the executive chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service, where he supported the FIRS Transition Committee to rebuild FIRS to an organization that is taxpayer-centric and data-centric. Again, because of his outstanding performance, he was assigned the acting director of Micro and Small Taxpayers Department, where he managed over 99 micro and small taxpayers offices, MSTOS, and 38 stamp duties offices, controlling over 70% of tax offices across the country. Recently, he was appointed the acting director of Special Taxes Department, and of course, his diverse experience will come to bear in this appointment. In fact, that's a very great one, a big one. It's a big fish in inland revenue. Mr. Kudu has a very robust profile, and with what we have seen here, what we have had, we have not had for him. Although I was privileged to attend his lectures on ease of doing business sometimes ago for the district, but on star duties, I've never heard about his previous lectures. But this one will justify whether he actually married this very rich profile. And I believe he's going to do justice to us. So, Mr. Kudu Abubakar, you are welcome on board to come and display your talent and show us your worth. So, you are welcome, sir. Take the driver's seat. You are welcome. You can share your screen. Please unmute yourself, Mr. Kudu. Unmute yourself. Okay.
Are you seeing the screen now?
Yes. No, you have not shared it yet.
What's happening?
You see the share screen at the bottom of the
Yes, I did it.
screen. Okay.
Or can you share the screen for me? I think you have the soft copy.
Are you seeing it now?
Yeah, it has come aboard. We can see that. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My task is to give new dimension to stamp duty administration with specific emphasis on Finance Act 2019. My presentation slide will cover origin of and background of stamp duties in Nigeria, payment and remittance on receipts, components, and new dimensions to its administration, role of regulatory bodies, and then question and answer. Notable quotes: stamp duty, the second to oil in revenue generation. That's the statement credited to President Muhammadu Buhari. Second one, stamp duty, the next black gold of the nation. That is credited to the Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service. Going to the origin and background of stamp duty, I will not dwell much on this because presenters have done justice to the topic. But what we need to note is that stamp duty is an indirect tax. And emphasis around the world is a shift from direct tax to indirect tax. The benefit of that has been told by the earlier speakers. Indirect tax charged physically or electronically on instrument, call it commercial, legal, or written document in Nigeria, that is the stamp duty. The essence is to give effect to certain transactions and make such instrument admissible as evidence in any court of law. You might wish to note that the stamp duty is enshrined in the Nigeria Constitution under the exclusive legislative list. Competent authority, before now, it is federal government, but with the passage of FRS Finance Act 2019, is now Federal Inland Revenue Service for instrument on matters relating between company and individual, group of individual, or body of individuals. Whereas for individuals, is for the state. That has been said by other speakers. For the historical perspective of stamp duty, it started 1604 in Venice, Spain 1610, but in Nigeria, it started with the promulgation or proclamation of stamp duty by High Commission of the then Northern Protectorate, Sir Lord Logard, in 1903.
Sorry, Mr. Kudu, some participants cannot hear you very well. You can raise your voice
Are you
louder.
hearing me now?
Yes, some participants cannot hear you very well. Just raise your voice a little louder, please.
Thank you very much. As Abada said, the stamp duty in Nigeria started in 1903 with the passage of a stamp duty proclamation by the then High Commission of Northern Nigeria, Sir Frederick Lord Logard. And it has gone through a series of amendments through stamp duty ordinances. That has been said by previous speakers. The evolution of stamp duty, 1933, we have the Stamp Duty Ordinance. 1963, we have the Stamp Duty Act, which take precedence from 1939 Act. In 1964, we have a lot of amendments. In 1990, we have the Law of Federation of Nigeria. And then we now have Stamp Duty S8, Law of Federation of Nigeria. On the stamp duty, we have a lot of amendment that has taken place. First and foremost, Section 52 of Finance Act 2019 amended Section 2 of Stamp Duty Act to expand the division of stamped and instrument to accommodate electronic instrument. We all know that the whole world embraced technology now, and most of these transactions, you need legal backing for us to be enforced in law. Section 53 of Finance Act 2019 amended Section 4 of Stamp Duty Act to specify FRS as the sole administrator of Stamp Duty Act as concerned corporate bodies and State Board of Internal Revenue as concerned individuals. We all know that previously it was federal government that is specifically mentioned there. Section 54 amended Section 89 of Stamp Duty Act in respect of duties on receipt, while Section 56 of Finance Act amended Section 9 of Stamp Duty Act on certain forms of receipt not dutiable to avoid conflict with the amendment to Section 89 of the Act. Section 56 of Finance Act 2019 amended Schedule to the Stamp Duty Act to introduce 3 more items on the list of exempted instruments on transfers of share, stocks, or securities by lender and all documents related to security lending which are regulated by Security and Exchange Commission. Going down to stamp duty administration in Nigeria, we look at legal framework. As Avala said, the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Item 58, Exclusive Legislative List, Part 1, Second Schedule, Section 314, gave credence to stamp duty administration in Nigeria. The Stamp Duty Act, CAP S8, Law of Federation of Nigeria 2004 amended, also gave credence to Stamp Duty Act. Federal Inland Revenue Service Establishment Act also gave Stamp Duty Act as part of the taxes to be administered by the service. Judicial precedents also form part of the legal instrument in which stamp duty is being administered. And number 5, Finance Act 2019 also gave credence to stamp duty. We have Joint Tax Board Harmonized Schedule of Stamp Duties again, 2002, also gave credence to stamp duty administration. And for ease of clarity, FRS introduced a lot of circulars to give stamp duty, credence to stamp duty administration. Stamp duty administration, you have commissioners of stamp duty in between. They are to manage the entire stamp duty processes. The commissioners of stamp duties are appointed by relevant civil service commission, call it the state or the federal. Forms of stamp duty. Earlier speakers had already described the two forms, the ad valorem rate and fixed rate. Where duty payable is a percentage of our consideration, it is called ad valorem. That is, amount payable will vary along with consideration. The fixed rate, as earlier said, is a flat rate. It do not vary regardless of consideration. In the Stamp Duty Act, there are exemptions that we need to note. Some of them relate to transfer of shares, instruments for sale or transfer or other disposition, either absolutely by way of mortgage. All of them are there for us to look into. The presentation will be shared to everybody. Other exemptions are instruments relating to alienation of land interest therein. That one is also there in slide 14 that we can read. Previous speakers have talked about all this, and that's why I want to skip them. Liability to stamp duties. The principle here is to look at where lies the interest, the vulnerability. And liability to stamp duty is on the party that is more vulnerable in the agreement, i.e. the party in whose best interest it is to stamp the document, owing to the fact that documents are stamped to give them legal effect and to ensure admissibility of same in evidence in court. Liability to stamp duty. You have titles of instrument as described in the schedule to Stamp Duty Act and persons liable. Bond, covenant, or instrument of any kind whatsoever, the obligation is on the obligee and the covenantee or other person taking the security. For the conveyance on sales, the vendee or transferee has the obligation.
Mr. Kudu, yes. Can you raise your voice more? Don't put the speaker closer to your mouth. People cannot hear you very well. The audibility is poor. Or you move the device closer to your mouth.
Are you hearing me now?
Better. Clearly.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Thank you. For conveyances or transfers operating as voluntary disposition inter vivos, the liability is on guarantor or the transferor. For lessee, the liability is for lessee, or the lease agreement, the liability is on the lessee. Mortgage bonds, debenture, covenants, and warrants of attorney to confess and interrupt judgment settlement, the liability is on the mortgagee or obligee in the case of a transfer or conveyance. The transferee, assignee, or disponee, or other persons in the case of securities. We now go to payment and remittances on receipt. The stamp duty currently have two processes. The first process is the one we are used to, which is manual, in which the first step, we take document to stamp duty offices, get them registered, case file open for it, and ready for adjudication. The second step is for the stamp duty office, headed by Commissioner of Stamp Duty, to do adjudication and raise assessment. The third step is for you to take the assessment and make payment, either online or through the bank branches. The last but not the least is for the document to be stamped by embossing with the stamping machine after revenue collector's receipt is printed at least 24 hours after the payment is confirmed. These are the manual processes that were involved before. Now it has gone electronic. And for the electronic stamp duty process, this is an end-to-end electronic processing of stamping carried out via the URL www.stampduty.gov.ng. That is the platform that is being provided for stamp duty administration. Under the e-stamping regime, the duty payer can complete the entire process, assessment, payment, and stamping via a browser using your PC or mobile or any verifiable, and then a verifiable certificate is issued as evidence of stamping. And this has been given credence to by Finance Act, e-stamp duty certificate. In the entire dutiable heads, it's only the deed of assignment that still require manual intervention in some cases. We have 26 states whose values of properties and prices are being uploaded into the system. A duty payer can run deed of assignment end to end without manual intervention, because at the point where you call up the property location, if it's among the states that the value and prices are being uploaded, system gives you the price and then you get adjudicated and you pay. And whatever you put at that material term will be overridden by what is uploaded in the system. There are about 11 states where we have incomplete data. Those states, by the time you click location of the property, system will direct you back to Commissioner of Stamp Duty to carry out the adjudication. That manual intervention is what we want to avoid because it is prone to under-assessment. Offenses and penalty. The underlying document will not be admissible. If you don't stamp your document or instrument, it will not be admissible in court of law. That's one of the first disadvantage. Penalties are also there for not paying the stamp duty, and also imprisonment can also occur. The provision of FRS Establishment Act shall be used because any penalty that is at variance with FRS Establishment Act, the provision of FRS Establishment Act subsists. Other offenses include failure to disclose all relevant facts and circumstances on an instrument with the aim of defrauding government. The ridiculous amount is there as 40 naira, but based on FRS Establishment Act, 200,000 is payable and include 3 years. A term imprisonment not more than 3 years. General offenses for which there is no provision, 50,000 is provided under FRS Act, including the imprisonment not exceeding 6 months. The Stamp Duty Act provides for various offenses, penalties, and fines for non-compliance under the listed sections of the Stamp Duty Act below. There are Section 11, Section 1, Section 32, Section 92, etc. On the components and new dimension to administration, we look at the recent event, that is the passage of the Finance Act 2019 on stamp duty administration. One thing we need to note on the e-stamping, Section 52 of the Finance Act has successfully provided legal backing and legitimacy for the practice of electronic stamping done by FRS via the portal. In that portal, when you successfully make payment on the transactions you initiated on that portal, you will be able to generate by yourself stamp duty certificate. Number 2, FRS net post contention. Section 53 of the Finance Act has brought the lingering net post FRS jurisdictional contention to rest by recognizing Federal Inland Revenue Service as the only competent federal government agency to administer stamp duty relating to imposing, charging, and collecting duties upon instruments specified in the schedule to this act, if such instrument relates to matters executed between company and an individual, group, or body of individuals. The other aspect is stamp duties on electronic transactions. Section 52 of the Finance Act has also redefined the chargeable instrument to include electronic document, thus legitimizing the imposing of stamp duty on electronic transactions. The evolution of 15 naira stamp duty on electronic transfer of 10,000 above. Before now it was 1,000, but Section 52 of the Finance Act has legitimized and legalized the 8 controversial 15 naira stamp duty charged on money deposit bank on behalf of our federal government. This development has led to remittance of backlog of stamp duty by money deposit bank of 20 billion and the central bank 39 billion, all totaling almost 60 billion. The Finance Act 2019, on its passage, we implemented 54 tax heads that are susceptible to stamp duty, and they cover every items up to the adhesive stamp that we just implemented. The applicable tax heads not covered before are now being enforced, because as the Stamp Duty Finance Act 2019 is being passed, our intention is not to create any further backlog, which were created because we could not cover all the tax heads. So all the tax heads that have not been covered before, we are now covering them, including introducing the adhesive stamp, which was wrongly implemented by NAPOS some times back. Most states are now making values of their properties, lands available for upload, so as to reduce manual intervention in the adjudication of properties for stamp duty purposes. The process: all transactions subject to stamp duty must be conducted on the portal. Since many things we are doing now are being legalized based on the passage of Finance Act 2019, we directed that every transaction on stamp duty must be initiated on the stamp duty portal. That is when we can guarantee that the taxpayer is doing the right thing. Manual interventions can only happen on deed of assignment, which must be avoided. I've already said that 11 states are still not giving us a complete record of the prices and values of their lands and properties for us to upload. Those states will still have to be subjected to Commission of Stamp Duties adjudication instead of our system programmed adjudication that is transparent and unique. Payments must be with assessment reference number generated from the portal if you are not paying online. By the time you go through the portal, you will see the link to payment, which when you pay, you get the receipt and get stamp duty certificate. However, some people take pain to go to the bank branch and make payment without any reference. Such type is gradually being phased out. For the adhesive stamps, with the passage of Finance Act, 15 naira denomination has been made available and is being used by various taxpayers. You can pay online through the portal and proceed to stamp duty offices to collect the adhesive stamp for use by your organization. Other denominations are on the way. If you look at Stamp Duty Act, you discover that we need to print 100 naira, 500 naira, and 1,000 naira. Those ones are on the way before the eventual migration to the automated adhesive stamp. As part of the new dimension is the inauguration of Interministerial Committee on Stamp Duty and Recovery. The Interministerial Committee was inaugurated by Secretary to Government of Federation on 30th June 2020. In attendance were the Secretary to Government of Federation himself, Senate President, Honorable Speakers of Representative, Chief Registrar of Supreme Court, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Federation, among others. They were all in attendance. The members of the Interministerial Committee are the Office of the Secretary to Government of Federation itself, Federal Inland Revenue Service, Federal Ministry of Finance, Central Bank of Nigeria, Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit, and Revenue Mobilization, Allocation, and Fiscal Commission. Their responsibilities are: phase one, to track and recover all unremitted stamp duties for the period of 5 years, beginning from February 2015 to date, from all entities of the economy and institutions. Beginning on this phase is financial institutions. Currently, they are on money deposit banks. They will move on to MDAs, both state and federal. While in phase two, they will cover other financial institutions and non-financial institutions. But currently, the audit, the training on audit has been done, the team composed, and then the allocation of taxable entities has been done. We are waiting for full takeoff of the committee. On the role of regulatory authorities, Federal Inland Revenue Service is the sole regulatory agency for the administration of stamp duty in Nigeria. As regard to assessing collective
Okay, Mr. Kudu, are you there? Mr. Kudu, we cannot hear you again. Are you there, Mr. Kudu? Okay, please let's exercise patience while we wait for him. We'll contact him right away.
Hello, distinguished participants. After the talk paper presentation, we invite 2 or 3 persons if you have comments or contributions to make. So please, once the paper presenter completes his presentation, you can indicate or you raise up your hand. Thank you very much.
We cannot hear or see you again. I just
We lost the connection, but I'm back.
Okay,
Hello?
okay, it's all right.
Hello?
Let me inform them.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Please go on. Please go on.
Okay, go ahead.
As I was saying, item 6 of first schedule to Federal Inland Revenue Establishment Act listed stamp duty as one of the taxes to be collected by Federal Inland Revenue Service. For that reason, the National Assembly, in their wisdom, enacted Section 60, Section 1 and 2 of the Establishment Act, which
Okay,
provides...
Mr. Kudu, you can share your screen. Share your screen, please.
Okay, I thought it's shared. Are you there?
Yes, we are with you.
Thank you
You
very
are
much.
with us.
Thank you very much. So under the rule of FRS in Stamp Duty Administration, I've talked about being the regulatory agency. I've talked about being empowered by item 6, first schedule to Federal Inland Revenue Establishment Act, which listed stamp duty as part of the taxes to be administered by FRS. And I've also talked about that the National Assembly, in their own wisdom, enacted these laws and aligned them with the recently passed Finance Act 2019. On the stamp duty program, which centers on recovery of back duty, the Attorney General of the Federation has a bigger role to play, and that is why the committee is being chaired by Attorney General of the Federation. Section 112 of Stamp Duty Act provided that stamp duties liabilities in respect of fine, penalty, or debt due to government shall not be subject to any mitigation, meaning that it should not be eased, reduced, or lessened by any person or office in Nigeria except the president. Section 110 of Stamp Duty Act says that the Attorney General of the Federation can include any current fine, penalties, or duties liabilities in the process of backyard duty recovery under the Stamp Duty Act. The backyard duty program is already ongoing. Section 113 of the Stamp Duty Act also states that the president, in respect of stamp duty owed to federal government, has the power to mitigate, reduce, or compound any fine of duties or liabilities for any offender. We are looking at how this can happen because bulk of the liability to stamp duty for the back year were being neglected. Currently, FRS deploy the stamp duty, and everybody is advised to go to stamp duty office, make payment, and collect stamp duty. You can go online, go through the adhesive stamp, state the quantity you want, make payment, take the stamp duty certificate to stamp duty office and collect the stamp. We have deployed over 10 million, which are now being exhausted. A lot of banks collected. So please, let's make use of the stamp duty portal in everything we do. Because very soon we will discourage payment at banks, because the lockdown has introduced a lot of things in which FIRS is advising everybody to go electronics. And that is why the tax practitioners has more role to play in this direction. I wait for question and answer. Thank you.
Okay. Thank for that prompt and apt presentation, Mr. Kudu Adamu Abaka. That was a very good one. We thank you and appreciate your resourcefulness and really commend you for that wonderful presentation. Now we are going into questions and answer session now. So you open your question box and treat those questions one after the other. Mr. Kudu, are you with me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, we have Solomon Chibok. The first question there.
I'm trying to locate the question.
You see Q&A.
Okay.
Or should I read it for you?
The federal government had made efforts through some laws to boost ease of doing business. Nonetheless, the numerous avenues of fund drain in citizens, such as stamp duty on electronic bank transfer transactions, increase in electronic tariff, unprepared petroleum subsidy removal, etc., may suggest otherwise. True or false? Number two, on the other hand, collection of stamp duty may be quite challenging in this region of the world, because billions of such revenue after remittances are supposedly appropriated for projects or ventures with little social impact to the populace. What convincing strides are being put in place by government to encourage taxpayers to? First and foremost, I want to say that stamp duty on bank transfers and deposits rose from 78 million per week to over 2 billion per week now, because of the automation. In the automation, you give no room for understatement. System is being programmed with rules on how to charge the duties. So that has reduced the revenue loss tremendously. For ease of doing business, I don't think that has any impact on ease of doing business, because the system has been automated and you can sit at comfort of your Zoom and do your stamp duty transaction end to end without going to any tax office. So that question one, I think it has no much impact. Question number two, Taiwo said we should hold government accountable, and I also believe that too. If the proceeds from tax collection are not being applied properly, please, let's hold government responsible. Another one, thank you, sir, for the wonderful participation. My question goes thus: what is the position of the law where FIR Establishment Act provision is being refuted by taxpayers on the ground that the Stamp Duty Act supersedes FRS Establishment Act? Well, very soon we are going to see changes, new amendments are coming. But one thing we need to note is that National Assembly passed the Federal Inland Revenue Establishment Act, and under the item 6 of the first schedule, stamp duty is mentioned there. And under section 68, anything that is contrary to these provisions of Federal Inland Revenue Establishment Act, the FRS Establishment Act takes precedence. So until a judicial pronouncement gives something to the contrary, FRS Establishment Act will always succeed in matters of contradiction like this. Is rent subjected to stamp duty because recently I saw a circular from FRS that rents are not subject to stamp duty. I don't think FRS circular will say rents are not subject to stamp duty. Stamp duty is payable on rent, but on graduation. Check the circular again. You will appreciate what the circular is saying in a bit to clarify the position of stamp duty. The next one is thank you for presentation. Can we get requisite stamp duty? Can we get requisite stamp from NIPOST? NIPOST is a postage stamp, not stamp duty. So acquire your stamp duty adhesive stamp from Federal Inland Revenue Service. I've already said you can go online through the portal, click on the adhesive stamp, scroll down to the quantity you require, and make payment. Take the stamp duty certificate to the stamp duty office and collect your adhesive stamp, and you'll be given. It's already happening in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Kano, Abuja. The next one is 1% rate prescribed by FRS on contracts is not specified anywhere in the stamp duty. I can kindly clarify. Well, 1% on contract was implemented by Accountant General of the Federation, and the new amendment will take care of everything. What are the conditions of getting the stamp duty certificates? What I mean is for how many years of payment, or just one certificate? A certificate is issued based on transaction. So certificate is based on transaction, and it's not more than that. Is management agreement subject to stamp duty? It has already been said by previous speakers, yes. The next question is, I wonder whether the section that says that there shall be no litigation against fines and penalties is not against taxpayer. It's not against taxpayers' fundamental right under Constitution. I wonder whether the section that says that there shall be no litigation against fines and penalty is not against taxpayers' fundamental human right. Fundamental human right is for you not to abuse the law. Once you breach any law, it will be imposed, and you cannot contest that. If there is error in levying the fines and penalties, you can seek refund if you are paid. Otherwise, you object for it to be reviewed. What if there's error in levy? Okay, I've answered that. Now that you said that FRS is reducing social contract by encouraging that stamp duties be paid online instead of going to banks to pay, are you then delivering the stamp online? What I want to say there is that there are 3 stages. The first stage is to introduce the adhesive stamp. We have introduced the 15 naira denomination. We are going to introduce 100 naira denomination, 500 naira denomination, and 1000 naira denomination. By next year, the whole thing will go electronic. The next one is what are the uses of stamp duty certificates? Thirdly, can a stamp duty certificate be used to offset an income tax liability? There are 2 different things here. You pay stamp duty before you get stamp duty certificate, and the stamp duty you pay is to legalize the transaction or legalize the instrument to make it admissible in law court. So they are not connected to income tax. The issue of having no political will to accept constructive criticism and accept realistic recommendation from experts and technicians on new law or regulation to move the country forward from powers to be at the state and federal level is becoming a great hindrance to move the country forward in economic group, prosperity of citizens, and economic. And this has nothing to do with the papers presented. But if you have any grudge in terms of governance, you can take that up with government. What is due date of stamp duty? You are duty bound to pay stamp duty on transactions that have advertorial consequences within 30 days, while those of fixed or flat rate within 40 days. Otherwise, you incur penalty. What is the process of seeking refund in a case where stamp duty was paid on contract that was later cancelled and replaced with another contract? Attract lower. Well, what I want to tell you is that if you have paid the stamp duty and the contract is cancelled, or if you make any error in the stamp duty payment process, you will seek refund through the Commission of Stamp Duty to chairman, and you'll be refunded. And where the particular contract you bidded is cancelled and another one is issued, there's a process to upstamp, and that you can get through FRS circulars. The next question is, can the speaker discuss stamp duty refund? I've just said that whenever you overpay or you wrongly pay, you apply for refund through the Commission of Stamp Duty to chairman, and it will be processed. The next one is a process and procedure of stamp duty refund. Well, what we have now is a new redefined process for refund on stamp duty, and is working perfectly. It will not take long. It will not involve comprehensive audit that is normally done under the competition income tax. So far, these are the questions I've seen. Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Hello, we are hearing you.
Yes, I've done justice to the questions I've seen on the screen.
That's finished.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kudus, for the responses to the questions. We thank you very much for your wonderful presentation and answers to the questions. God bless you so much. Now, we are getting close to the end of the day. The next item on the agenda here is time for general contributions. We know that we have many tax experts in our midst among our members and among members of other districts and other professional bodies here present. So we welcome some contributions and comments that can add value and enrich this program. So we have Mr. Ifeanyi Chukwujeku as number one on the list here. Mr. Ifeanyi, please can you come unmute yourself and make your comment, please. Mr. Ifeanyi, you can make your contributions, please. Now, while waiting for Mr. Ifeanyi Chukwujeku, I will invite Mr. Kufru Alepa. So please make your Mr. Apa Kufri to make your comment, please. Mr. Apa. You can unmute yourself, Mr. Apa Kufri. Mr. Apa, unmute yourself, please, and make your contributions. Okay, let's go to the next person, Mr. Timothy Ademolu. Timothy Ademolu. We are waiting for your contributions. And next is Mr. Akeredolu Tumbosun. Whoever is ready, please, you can move on to automatically muted. You are already muted, please. Just speak on. That's fine.
Hello, my name is Ifeanyi Chukwujeku. Yes,
Okay.
if my name is Ifeanyi Chukwujeku. It has been a very, very rewarding experience today. I want to thank ICANN for this. May we have more of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. By the grace of God, you are going to have more and more and more of this very, very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Appa Kufru,
Thank you.
can you hear your voice? Mr. Akredolu Tubosun, speak. Please. We are waiting for you. Mr. Ademolu, we are waiting for your contributions. That's the network issue. Okay, while waiting for them, at any...
Hello?
All right, Mr. Ademolu, are you
Hello?
there? Hello, speak on. Mr. Akredolu, speak on. We can hear you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. You are welcome.
Good afternoon.
We can hear you. Go.
I really appreciate the effort of the last speaker. He has dealt with my question very well, but he didn't talk about the time frame. I made mention of the time frame for the refund. How many days will it take for someone to apply for a refund and get the refund? That's my question.
Mr. Kudu, can you respond to that, please? Mr. Kudu Adamu.
Yes. Thank you very much. As far as refund process is concerned, in FRS Establishment Act is 90 days. Although under ease of doing business, it was reduced to 63 days. However, the current management has put in place a process of refund that will not trigger comprehensive audit. What matters most is that while you are seeking for refund, please attach relevant documents. Do not allow FRS to go and dig for those documents for you, because that is where taxpayers' cooperation is what normally delays the refund. In as much as you put all the relevant facts together, it will not take long time. In fact, the current management is working within 21 days to 40 days, even though we have up to 90 days to do that. But for the purpose of the stamp duty that we need to reinvigorate, the refund process has been re-engineered and is better than before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. Mr. Ademolu, are you there? Mr. Ademolu Timothy, Mr. Appa. So while waiting for them, okay, Mr. Sadar Rashid, please, you can talk.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I think some of the most of the times I keep getting muted. Even earlier in the day, I wanted to say hello to my former director, which I can see clearly. Happy these days. The training was really appreciative. I thank Mr. Tayo Oyedele. I think the stamp duty questions that have arisen in my mind have been so much answered, even though I will meet him personally on more. I want to thank ICANN Abuja District for this enlightening conference. And as somebody said earlier, I hope it will be done more frequently these days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sadar Rashid, for that contribution. So, I think with that, we are done with the windows for contribution. Now, I was told that our first deputy vice president is on his way to join us. But before then, we are going to wrap up this lecture series. I will now call on the chairman of the occasion, Ajay Kunsti Segusme Menai FCA, ably represented here by Chief Chibuzo Ayanechi, FCA. Our chief, please, you can wrap up the program for us and then make your last comment. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks a lot. I'll start by saying a good afternoon to all of you. And then I want to thank the participants in particular for the attention that they've paid throughout the period of this webinar. Before I make any further comments, I would please ask that we give another round of applause for the excellent presentation made by Mr. Yomi, Mr. Taiwo, and by Mr. Adamu. Please, a round of applause for them. All right. For me, it's clear that it's been time very well spent. You know, starting from the presentation by the chairman of the FRS, down to all the papers presented. I think it's been very educative and highly enlightening. Just raise it. For us in ICANN, matters of compliance with laws and regulations are matters that we take very seriously. And therefore, the learning and therefore the learnings from this morning's workshop, you to say, make you carry that in go house. She go stay here. We go a long way in distinguishing the chartered accountants that we are in, that we are. When I look at the papers presented, first of all, I will salute the chairman of the FRS, because in that paper, so the thing I say don't follow. He called for a collaborative approach to resolving any outstanding matters that may still exist. He called for constructive ideas for all of us to move forward towards the ultimate objectives. When I look at the papers from Yomi and Taiwo, I want to remind us of the common themes. First of all, it's clear that it's highly desirable that the act is completely changed, given its age, and given that a number of things have taken place since that act was enacted. You know, attempts to revise one section or the other may not really yield the desired result. So the first thing I picked out was a consideration for the act to be completely changed. They also touched on the issue of trust. It is clear that when the public trusts that the proceeds will be used for the benefit of the nation, it will surely encourage tax compliance and reduce the cost of pursuing defaulters. I also picked out a point that when there are matters that may result in some kind of confusion within government agencies, it is best that such matters are resolved in-house so as to minimize the confusion that may result in the public space. And the final thing I picked up from their presentation is the fact that if we build in efficiency and effectiveness into tax administration, it will help to improve the collection rate from those that are in a better position to pay. I think this is speaking to a fair and a progressive tax system. And now when I listen to Mr. Damu, he spent time to walk us through the legal framework for stamp duty administration in Nigeria. He patiently talked us through the law. He informed us in clear terms about the steps that the FRS have taken to operationalize the law. For me, as a law-abiding citizen, and for chartered accountants, as law-abiding citizens, and people that are in fact required to ensure that their clients or the people that listen to them comply with the law, I think it's been very enlightening listening to Adamu. I think the message from Mr. Adamu is for our guidance, and I think we should aim to drive compliance until there are further changes. Ultimately, here all is well. I will expect that public trust will be built in the system. There will be a lot more certainty in tax laws. There will be a drive to eliminate multiple taxes. And once these are done, tax compliance will be better. And I think all of that will result in more investment.
Come back tomorrow.
More investment in Nigeria.
Medicine will go catch me,
In closing, for me,
you are interfering with our speaker. Please.
In closing, for me, I will say that as chartered accountants, be you in practice, be you in business, be you in academia, I think it's time we now take the learnings forward in active collaboration with FRS, so as to help the FGN to achieve its overall objectives of driving a fair and progressive tax system and closing the tax gap, that is closing the revenue gap that exists in taxes in Nigeria. On that basis, I will say thank you for the organizers of this webinar, and thank you to our presenters, and thank you to all the participants who have been with us since 9:30 a.m. It's been time well spent, and I ask that you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Balogun.
Thank you, sir. Our Chief Chibuzo, a distinguished council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and a partner with KPMG. Thank you for that wonderful remark, sir. Now, before we go to the closing remarks by the chairman of the district, I could see that Mr. Adminisration Matthew, Director of Tax Policy and the Advisory of Inland Revenue, is raising up his hand. Please, Mr. Adminisration, you can make your comment, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you all participants for the very patience you have had to part of this event. I just raised my hand when you were calling for general comments, and the comment I want to make is in respect of one of the questions posed to Kudu about stamp duties, removal of subsidies, and all of that. And I was going to say that we all want good things, without doubt, and we all deserve good things, without doubt. However, nothing good in life comes free. And this is very important, particularly those of us who are professionals, who will have that quite good understanding that whatever is good will cost something. And therefore, part of what it costs us for good life is our taxes. And I want to encourage us to educate our clients, our populace. And I think Yomi Benro clearly made this in his presentation, that it's not just enough for us to criticize payment of taxes, but we must see it as part of what we need to pray for a decent and a good society and a good life. I thank you again, ICANN Abuja District, that you have invited the Executive Chairman to be part of this. And I am delighted and glad as a member of this very great institute to be part of it. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. We really appreciate you for your presence, your patience, and your togetherness for this period we have been together. Thank you very much, sir. We'd like to have you sometime in future again to share from your experience. Thank you. We appreciate you, sir. Now, let me go to the semi-final item on the agenda. We now call on our chairman, energetic chairman of the district, Mrs. Bosede Florence Ikanuba, to give us our closing remarks. Madam, take over, please.
Thank you very much, my dependable vice chairman, Alhaji Balogun Abrashi. I want to thank everyone. I know a formal vote of thanks will be said much later, but permit me to especially appreciate our speakers at today's event. You will agree with me that the Abuja and District Society chose rightly to have invited these seasoned professional colleagues to discuss this topic. I could see that some members have already affirmed that it's a 5-star presentation. So what can we say to this one, other than to say thank you very much, that we appreciate all that you have done today. You have done your district, you have done your institute very proud, and we are indeed very proud of you. The presentation was very insightful and very educative. And there are, of course, there are take-home lessons for us from all the, I'm not going to water down all that the Civil Council member has already said, but just for emphasis to say that as part of the take-home, the 3 presenters have all agreed that that the need to raise revenue from non-oil and to service our obligation is undeniable. But however, that we should look at the Stamp Duty Act from citizenship obligations and ensure that we all play our role. The speakers also agree that the law must be fit for purpose and that it requires immediate review to address the ambiguous provisions for its implementation. So I want to thank everyone, all the participants that have come today. You have made yourself available. You have enriched the discussion. I assure you that from the Abuja and District Society, we'll have, of course, so many opportunities in the near future to have other presentations. So on that note, I want to thank you once again, and I assure you that all the papers that have been presented today will be shared with all the participants. They will be sent to the emails, and of course, a questionnaire will also be sent out in your email so that you can evaluate this event today. Our first DVP has been trying to join us. I believe that he will be able to do that before we close for the day. But however, if he's unable to join, I'm sure that the Civil Council members have already expressed their position of the Institute to ask speakers to be chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. I could see that there are so many members, participants from the other districts that join us. I saw Oka, I saw participants from Kano, I saw participants from Makurdi, Port Harcourt, Ijebu-Ode, Lagos Mainland, chairman, and also the chairman of Ikorodu district. That's to tell us that this program actually went very viral. We have participants from the Nigerian Bar Association, we have from the FIDA, we have from the CITN and other sister professional bodies. So we thank you so very much for honoring us with your presence, for being a part of this presentation today. I say God bless you, and we look forward to other presentations in the future. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, our distinguished chairman, for that wonderful remark. Now, there's the need to thank everybody, especially our members who have taken their time, who have sacrificed today, which is only day available to them to do their domestic work, your patience, your determination to support the district. You cannot thank you enough. God bless all of you and some other members of other districts that find their time. So our presenters likewise and our distinguished invited guests. We will now invite Pastor Yemi Oyeniyi, FCA, the District General Secretary, to come and give you our vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony and Coordinator of this strategic seminar, Alaji Abdulrashid Balogun. My responsibility this afternoon is to give vote of thanks, and I'm going to start with the Executive Chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service, Malam Muhammad Naman Nani, who have made significant contribution financially and intellectually into the success of this seminar. We thank you very much, sir. We want to thank our institute, ably represented by the first Deputy Vice President, also Chartered Accountant of Nigeria, and the Abuja District Council Coordinator, Alhaji Tijani Musa Isa, FCA. We thank you very much and we appreciate your presence and your patience. We also want to thank the chairman of the occasion, Ajia Konsile Segusime, MNI FCA, our distinguished council member, who is hereby represented by Mr. Chibuzo Anjanechi, FCA. We also thank other council members present. We want to thank our guest of honor, Air Vice Marshal Abubakar Adamu, FCA. We want to thank all the speakers at this occasion, starting with Mr. Yomi Olugbenro, FCA, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, FCA, and Madam Kudu Adamu Mohammed, the guru from FRS. Thank you very much. We want to thank also the Director of Membership, Education and Training, represented by Mrs. Aderonke Akeredolu, FCA. She is here monitoring the seminar. We want to appreciate also the Director, ICANN Lesson Office Abuja, Mr. Arinze. Also, we want to put on record the contribution of all our past chairmen of the district. There are so many. We want to thank you for your attendance and patience throughout the program. We want to thank all the chairmen of the district, chairmen of district societies and secretaries from other districts. We thank you very much. I want to put on record our thanks for the chairman of our district, Mrs. Florence Bosede Ikanova, the evident and distinguished chairman of the district, who has ensured doggedly that this seminar holds and rightly on time. I want to thank all the members of the executive. Their names have been read out at the beginning of this program, so I will not want to be mentioning it one by one anymore. We thank all the members of the executive. I want to thank all the sister professional bodies present. We appreciate your collaboration and we hope that in future we will receive your compliments again. We want to thank also all our professional colleagues, especially for making it possible to hold this seminar. Without you, this seminar, New Dimension to Stamp Duties Administration, cannot hold. And we appreciate you so much for spending your time throughout the seminar. Let us thank also our MC, the erudite Alhaji Balogun Abdul Rashid, who has held forth throughout the program. Thank God that he did not break down as the the network did not go down. Please help me clap for him. Let me also thank Killer Craft, the technical advisor to this seminar, and I think it's the senior special assistant to the chairman of the district, Mr. Badiagbe. Thank you very much. If a lizard fall from the eye, you know, tree, and nobody praise him, he will praise himself. Let me thank myself also for thanking everybody. We thank you very much, and may the Lord bless you. In Jesus' mighty name.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I used to call him Forensic Pastor because we scrutinize everything. Thank you very much for that vote of thanks. We thank you. We cannot thank you enough. In fact, if we have our ways, we would like to come to see the faces we have here now, but the wishes are not us. So we thank you very much. We started with God, and we are going to close with God, because God Almighty is the Alpha and Omega. So he's the one that has seen us through this program, is the one that are giving us the patience, is the one that are provided on undisrupted network, is the one that has generally supervised this program. We thank him, Almighty God, we thank you, and we want to pray to you that will give us this opportunity again to organize this or even better program in the near future. Now, I will call on Alhaji Salisu Sahad, FCA, another task group from Inner Revenue, to give us closing prayer. Alhaji Salisu Sahad, please give us the prayer.
We are in prayers. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa sallim. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa sallim. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا وبعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع الدعاء يا شمة الشيخ اهدري لنا بهذا المهرج والتعرف بنظرة تأتي لنا بالزفر وهذه توسلي بالأولياء الدرر وكل من دعا بها بجاه سر القدر ينال ما يطلبه من ربه بالأدب صلى الله وسلم على النبي الأزهري محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون Wassalamu ala mursaleen walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Thank you very much, and safe journey to all of us.
Amen. Thank you very much, Alhaji Sahad. We thank you. We thank everybody for coming. God bless you. God deliver you safely to your destination. We'd like to see your faces again very, very soon. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all. Thank our distinguished council members.
Can you allow them to be talking now?
Yeah. Okay.
So when we meet at the district, our take home, we are going to eat it together.
Send the online ticket, Vice Chairman.
Okay, we send you the entertainment, online entertainment. Fill out craft, we handle that.
Okay.